Good morning, everyone. It's March 19th, a beautiful day, and we're starting our planning board meeting. The first items we have this morning is item 1B, which is approving two closed session minutes, the minutes of February 26 and the minutes of March 6. Do I have a motion for approval of these two closed session minutes?
Move to approve the minutes? Oh, for March 5th, sorry.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. The ayes have it 4-0. Next is we have one record plat to approve this morning. It's subdivision plat number 2/2024-0160 Kemp Mill Farms, where staff is recommending approval. Do I have a motion to approve this record plat?
Move to approve the record plat?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. The ayes have it 4-0. Next, we have our roundtable discussion with our Parks Director, Mitty Figueredo. Welcome.
Good morning. So I'm starting out today with just a few slides, and this opening slide here that you can see, unfortunately you can't hear the music, but this is from the Acoustics and Ales that we held this past Saturday at North Four Corners Local Park. It had a St. Patrick's Day theme, and this band is a Latin-Irish band called La Única, and I'm sorry I missed them. I like his salsa moves in the middle there with the fiddle. So it had, obviously we had beer trucks and food vendors. There were about 1,000 attendees and everybody had a great time. The next one is April 17th at Germantown Town Center Urban Park. And speaking of acoustics and ales, here are a couple of our staff from Park Planning and Stewardship, Jing and Aaron, who attended this acoustics and ales to spread the word about the restroom survey. I think you've all heard about the restroom survey at this point. It's part of our larger restroom study. We're right now in the data gathering phase to understand what people need and want in terms of restrooms. We've also been mapping all our restrooms and categorizing them and understanding what we have and where. The ultimate goal is that we will report out with some recommendations about how to address restroom needs in parks. At this event, at Acoustics and Ales, we had about 100 people take the restroom survey right there. Overall, I think there have been over 1,400 responses to the survey. It's open until April 19, so I think we're going to get a really high number of responses, which will, of course, result in better data for us. And here is a side-by-side, some side-by-side images of one of our athletic field renovations. This is at Strathmore Local Park. The renovation was completed this past fall. We are resting the field until summer 2026 to give it the best possible chance to take hold and become really healthy and strong before we let people play on it. But you can see there the difference that a renovation can make. Our trail programming is gearing up for this 2026 season. We had some volunteer work days scheduled, or we have them scheduled for this weekend, Saturday and Sunday, at Rachel Carson Conservation Park and South Germantown. Our Roots to Rocks program is kicking off. They're partnering this season with Program Access for some monthly adaptive mountain bike rides. The first one will be March 28 at Wheaton Regional Park. And their regular mountain bike rides will kick off on April 3rd. They're going to have 19 events scheduled in the spring, including some rides for people 55 and over. We've also started recruiting for our Trail Ambassador program. We've got a few applications so far, but we want to get those numbers up from high school students. We have 2 sessions this summer. We try to time them so they're convenient for families. One session is late June into early July, and the second one is in August. And also our 3 bike parks are opening for the season this weekend, and if you recall, that's the bike park at Wheaton, the Wheaton Gravity Mountain Bike Park, the Pit at Fairland, and our bike park at South Germantown. Our park police have been busy recently getting accolades and awards, and also visiting Annapolis to testify. They were there just this past, I think about a week ago on the 12th, to provide testimony at the Judiciary Committee in support of House Bill 1568, which the Planning Board also voted to support, which is why we sent Park Police Chief Lakeisha Robinson there to testify. If you recall, that's the one that establishes a statewide leash law mandate. We also had a couple of awards. Officer Snyder won the 2025 United States Police Canine Association National Case of the Year Award, and he was invited to New Jersey to receive the award this coming May. And last week, we had several park police officers honored at the annual Chamber of Commerce Public Safety Awards. This award was for, this citation that these officers received were for their work in connection with repeated graffiti that you all may recall that was happening along the Sligo Creek Trail at the Beltway underpass that was kind of inflammatory and upsetting, and certainly had some, anti-Semitic undertones to it. And we were getting repeated complaints. Vandalism is not protected under the First Amendment, and it's prohibited under our park rules. And because it kept happening, the special assignment team actually instigated a surveillance operation and were able to capture the perpetrator of this repeated graffiti, which was a big relief to Parks Department and to the people who had been seeing the graffiti and complaining about it to us repeatedly. They were also given an award at the Chamber of Commerce. This shows $10,000, but we didn't get the whole $10,000. The only Chamber of Commerce gave the park police a $2,500 grant, and that's to help them purchase supplies in connection with our support of events like Olney Days, the Olney Community Day, and National Night Out. So we were grateful to them for that. Our Montgomery Parks archaeology team recently partnered with Program Access. As you know, Program Access, that's the team that makes it possible for people of all, abilities, people with different kinds of disabilities to fully participate in parks events, but they also host their own events, and they partner with other groups within parks to host events that are specifically catered to individuals with disabilities. The Meaningful Day programs were started by Program Access as a result of feedback and requests that they were getting from caregivers and families for more activities for adults with intellectual disabilities and developmental disabilities to be able to, have their own activities in parks that help them build connections and gain confidence. This one was about specifically archaeology and history, and the participants were able to assist with cleaning archaeological artifacts. We had 12 people who participated. They were washing artifacts from a Native American quarry site in the county. And again, this was the result of collaboration between Program Access and our archaeologists and volunteers. This is very cool. We have at Cabin John, we are being visited by a tour with a tour of Olympian speed skaters. A couple of the speed skaters who will be at Cabin John are two-time Olympians Andrew Hero and Brandon. Well, Andrew Hero is two-time Olympian, and first-time Olympian Brandon Kim. Both of them skate with Potomac Speed Skating, so they are homegrown, and they will be at Cabin John also on March 28th. And this is our upcoming native plant sales. You can see the dates there. This is surely a sign of spring in parks when we have the native plant sales. And we recently received, and you're going to be hearing more about this because we'll be coming back to the board with our non-recommended reductions and basically to fully brief the board on the impact of the county executive's recommendation. But just so that you get a very high-level overview here, we had requested a 6.2 increase in our operating budget this year. It is important to note that we asked for no new positions and no expansions or creations of any new programs. Basically, all we asked for was the funding that we need to maintain the operations we have, basically same services, but also to allow us to fill currently approved but vacant positions that are very much needed, and we'll be back to you with more information on what those positions are and what they're needed for. But the upshot is what the county executive recommended was a 4% increase. I believe that last year we received, at the end of the day, from the county council a 5.7% increase. So this 4% increase leaves us with a almost $3.2 million shortfall, which is a small amount of money in the larger county operating budget of, I don't know, it's in the billions of dollars. But for us, it is a very meaningful amount of money because it's the difference between being able to hire positions and having those positions sit vacant and have that work just not happening. So the county council public hearings are scheduled for April 7th, 8th, and 9th, you see there. And then after those public hearings, we will be at the council's Planning, Housing, and Parks Committee for the committee work sessions. But of course, we will be back to you with more details about our recommendations on how we would have to meet this $3.2 million shortfall. And that is it. That is the end of my Parks Director's report, and happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Director Figueredo, for all these great updates. I really, I'm happy the restroom survey is progressing along as fast as possible. I'd love to seeing the Strathmore Park completed and getting sitting for a while to make sure, it gets stabilized, and I know everyone's looking forward in a year or so for it to start playing on it. Congratulations to the Park Police. Wonderful awards. Thank you for thank them for all their service to the commission. And I really was touching to see the Meaningful Day programs. It's great that we can, that's inclusive. What we do is inclusive. We try to touch everyone in the county, make sure our parks are accessible and their programs for all people in the county. So thank you so much. Do you have any other questions or comments from the board?
Just continue doing the great work that you have been doing. I understand the pain for the budget, so I'm sure that you're going to get a lot of support from all of us and also the county council. Unfortunately, that's the routine since I remember, but we always recovered. So that's good. Continue the good work.
Great presentation. The plant sale promotion gave me goosebumps. You guys produce and deliver, and I always have to point that out. I love the parks, and please keep up the good work, and I'm hopeful that you can get an increase on your budget. Thanks.
Hearing no other and seeing no other questions, or thank you. Continue the great work, and we'll take a 2-minute break and start with our next item. Item number 5, the Eastern Silver Spring Communities Plan Preliminary District and Zoning Recommendations, Part 2, where staff will brief the board and ask the board to provide feedback on the preliminary recommendations. Thank you. Good morning and welcome back. We're on item number 5, the Eastern Silver Spring Communities Plan Preliminary District Zoning Recommendations Briefing, Part 2. We have Lauren Stamm of the Planning Department leading us through this presentation this morning. We've been looking forward to it. Welcome.
Good morning. Before Lauren gets started, Carrie Sanders for the record, East County Division Chief. Just wanted to give you a little bit of a preview. We have a lot of time today for the Eastern Silver Springs Communities Plan, which is great. But this first session today in the morning, we wanted to really talk to you specifically about zoning and housing and some of our sort of key recommendation by district of the plan. And to take one more step back, we wanted to just remind everybody, for folks that are listening, that we're at the preliminary recommendations, and we have a lot of time for community input on these recommendations. So we will be presenting them today, but then we'll have several months where folks can reach out to the planning staff, attend our open house on April 21st. We'll also be attending a number of community meetings to get feedback. We'll be hearing from the planning board today, and then we'll be updating those recommendations over the summer to respond to both the planning board's feedback as well as the community's feedback, and releasing a working draft in August. So that's our time frame. It might be September, so I'll leave it summer, fall. So that just gives everyone a sense that, hey, you know, this is an opportunity to weigh in, but there will be other opportunities going forward in the coming months. With that, I'll turn it over to Lauren.
Can I just say one thing? I'm glad you mentioned that, Ms. Sanders, that because a lot of the comments the board had gotten this week were thinking that we're making decisions. I'm glad you mentioned we're not making any decisions. We're giving some feedback, and with that feedback, and you'll be going back into the community to discuss these. So I'm really, it's important that you said that, and that they know, the community knows that we're not making any decisions here today. Thank you.
Thanks very much. And I know one of the things that's really, I wanted to compliment the team on is, if folks don't have time to listen to our full presentation today, which I understand folks are busy, there's other opportunities to go to our website. We have a zoning map where people can look up their properties, and they can type their address in. We have videos by topic area, and we also have a very short explainer about the plan. So we really appreciate that the team has kind of provided a couple of different tools for community members to weigh in. So with that, I'll turn it over to Lauren. Thank you.
Thank you so much, and good morning, everyone. For the record, my name is Lauren Stamm, and I'm the project manager for the Eastern Silver Spring Communities Plan. We are really excited to be back here today to talk to you again about the preliminary recommendations, along with several of our team members. And of course, as Carrie mentioned, we'll be back here later this afternoon as well. So this is sort of an Eastern Silver Spring Communities Day we have here for you. But we're going to kick it off first with talking about the zoning and district recommendations this morning. First, I'll go through sort of a short overview of just our overall approach for our zoning and land use recommendations. And then after that, I'm going to walk through each district of the plan and really get into detail on the zoning recommendations there, highlight a couple of the key recommendations for each of the districts. We have 5 districts in this plan: Long Branch, Manchester Place, Colesville Road, University Boulevard North, and New Hampshire Avenue. And then we'll have time for some discussion. I did want to just again sort of highlight the overall plan timeline, which Carrie spoke to as well. You know, I think our recommendations at this stage are a little more detailed than we've done in the past, with that intention of having this opportunity for community input. But I also wanted to highlight, you know, we have several ways to engage with us in the coming months through all of the activities that Carrie mentioned. But we also, you know, once we get to the working draft of the plan, there will be opportunities for public testimony. So once we release that working draft and it becomes the public hearing draft with the planning board, there's an opportunity for public testimony. And then, of course, we have work sessions and adopt the planning board draft of the plan. And then there is, again, another opportunity for public testimony when we get to the county council before, you know, we work with the county council and then ultimately get to adoption in 2027. So just wanted to highlight that, you know, there's time to provide input now, but that doesn't stop. There are actually more opportunities as we go through this planning process. So I'm going to start by sort of talking through our plan-wide land use and zoning approach. And I just want to highlight quickly the link and a quick QR code for those who might want to dive into our recommendations online. First, I'm just going to talk a little bit about sort of what zoning looks like today. And then I'm actually going to end up using this interactive zoning map to talk through the recommendations because I think it's a really helpful tool. So this slide just provides a little bit of context. You can see today that most parcels here are zoned for single-family homes, and that's shown in yellow. You can also see where we have existing multifamily in the plan area, which is shown in brown, a lot sort of on the west side of the plan area along that purple line corridor and also along New Hampshire Avenue. And then existing mixed-use zoning is a result of the Long Branch Sector Plan in 2013, and you can see that in purple around those main sort of Long Branch intersections along the purple line. I just wanted to highlight as well some of what we've heard about land use and zoning, and necessarily and sort of in like many of our conversations, we heard a lot of different things about this topic and about what more housing could look like in this area. I'll highlight that we did have conversations about housing and increasing it along corridors, and I think the conversations really varied along the corridor. So I'm going to really dive into that, what we heard from each specific area as we sort of go through the districts. I will say overall, we've heard so much about people love this area's diversity, and people also love the diversity of housing types we have here. They really shared with us that they want to maintain this mix. People really shared with us that affordability is a priority. We heard that over and over again. And then I will say there's also some excitement for public benefits and amenities that can come along with development, and we talked about that in many of our conversations. Okay, so now I'm going to switch over. Give me just one moment to pull up our online zoning map. And as I do this, I'm just quickly want to shout out the fantastic, let me see if I can figure out how to, there we go, get over there. Colin McNamara, who did a fantastic job. Let's see, is this working? No. Okay. Sorry. Okay, thank you so much. So yes, Colin McNamara from our Research and Special Projects Division who put this together for us. We really wanted to have a way where people could explore the zoning recommendations on their own time and really get a sense of what we were recommending. And so I'm actually going to use this to talk about our overall land use and zoning approach for the plan. So first, just we build a little bit of context about the plan sort of into this map and talk about how to use it. We also clarify sort of what zoning is. We've seen in a lot of our conversations that there's just a lot of confusion about what zoning is and what it does. So we want to kind of include that in this material for the community. And then I'm just going to dive into our recommendations. So our first major recommendation, and again, these are the recommendations that really sort of are plan-wide and kind of go across all of the districts. And then when we get into the districts, we'll talk about sort of where they're applied. So our first recommendation is really about increasing the opportunities for more types of housing along main corridors and near Purple Line stations, giving homeowners the options to build different types of homes. We have a graphic here that shows some of the types that are possible on one property, and then also, if there were to be two consolidated properties, you can see single-family homes, duplexes, triplexes, quadplexes, townhouses, and small apartment buildings. We talk a little bit about why we're recommending this. We heard so much about diversity, and one of the things that contributes to the diversity of the area today is the diversity of housing types. And so creating more options for different types of families to live is one of those ways we can encourage diversity to be a part of the future of this area. We also heard a lot about affordability, and this is another way that we can create more affordable options for people. I also wanted to highlight, we do actually have an existing duplex neighborhood in this area in New Hampshire Estates, and this is a picture of one of those homes. And then when you scroll down, you can see where we are recommending that zoning. I'll zoom in a little bit so you can see what that looks like and what we're recommending. So what we're recommending is within 1 block of Colesville Road, University Boulevard, and New Hampshire Avenue, and a 1/4 mile of Purple Line stations, rezoning that to CRN 1.0. And then as I scroll down, you can see that there's a difference here in the color. The red is indicating a height of 50 feet, and The orange is indicating a height of 45 feet. And this has no commercial values. It's really intended to be for more types of housing. And in this map, if you wanted to go explore a little bit more, you can sort of see where it's applied throughout the plan area. But again, we'll dive into that in the district presentations to talk a little bit about where it's applied. We tried to sort of have a universality with the way we're approaching this, but of course each corridor is different, the block structure is different, and so we can talk a little bit more about that as we dive in.
So the difference between 50 foot and 45 foot, does it create like 2-story versus 3-story? What does that 5-foot additional, gives?
I don't think 5 feet is enough for a story differentiation, but it does allow for slightly different types. I don't know if anyone else wants to sort of add in what that looks like. I mean, we tried to, and I don't know if I mentioned this, but the 50 feet is really facing the corridor, and then the 45 is interior to the neighborhood, which sort of helps the step down from the corridor to meet the 35 feet height of the R60 zone, which is, you can't really see on this map, but all of this is sort of surrounded by R60.
So it's not basically adding capacity, it's just a transition to the existing communities. I was just wondering.
Hi, for the record, Jessica McVeary, Planning Supervisor with our East County Planning Division. It is really intended to start to create that transition, and you might remember that in the zoning ordinance has provisions for transitions in height and setback when the commercial residential neighborhood zone abuts or confronts the residential zones. And so not only does this start to create that transition from the corridors into the neighborhoods, but it also is additive to the transition requirements that are in the zoning ordinance today. And I think that as Lauren showed in one of the earlier images, you could start to think about the smaller apartment building or the townhouse units happening along a corridor, as well as the duplexes and the triplexes, but perhaps those unit types are more the duplex or the triplex in the area that's orange, just based on the height.
Got it. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll move on to our sort of next recommendation, but I'll just add we do have a little bit more information that explains the zone, because I think our nomenclature and terminology can be a little bit confusing for folks. So our second recommendation is really about more opportunities for housing at existing places of worship, community centers, and senior housing, really with the goal of keeping and strengthening those community services, but allowing them more flexibility, and so they can also build more housing. So I'll just mention that I think, in this area, these institutions are incredibly important. They provide really valuable and necessary social services, resource fairs, food distributions to the community here, and many have mentioned that their existing buildings are really not adequate for the uses they have today. So this is both allowing them that flexibility, but also giving them the ability to actually build housing. And we do have several churches actually that have been already built senior housing, so we see that there's an interest there as well. And we also see these, nonprofits, faith communities really as partners in how we can expand affordable housing in this area. So what we're recommending is to rezone most of those places of worship, community institutions, and senior housing to either CRN or CRT, somewhat sort of depending on their location and size, to give them more flexibility, and the FVR also sort of is based on where they're located. The next recommendation is really focused on more housing and neighborhood retail near transit, really hoping to allow more housing, more affordable housing, and neighborhood serving retail near sort of what we have in the plan area for transit, which is Purple Line, and also bus rapid transit that's planned and existing in some places. So, we're recommending this. We talk a little bit about the need to, we need to build more housing in this area, and we want it to be located near transit. We also heard a lot as we had these conversations about people wanting more amenities closer to where they live, and we really see this as an opportunity to gain some of those amenities, including retail, as well as parks, gathering spaces, and other neighborhood amenities. And so what we're recommending is rezoning multifamilies, the larger properties with more than 50 units to the CRT, Commercial Residential Town Zone, or in one case, the CR zone, and then some smaller multifamily properties to the residential neighborhood zone. And you can see sort of where those are located along the purple line, Piney Branch Road and New Hampshire Avenue. And then lastly, the next recommendation really is about sort of carrying forward the recommendations of the Long Branch Sector Plan. So these are recommendations that were already adopted, the zoning is already adopted, and we really want to sort of support and build on those recommendations as part of this plan. So I'll just show where those are located. So again, this is zoning that was adopted as part of the Long Branch Sector Plan, really focused on the commercial properties in Long Branch and giving them mixed-use zoning, and so we are sort of carrying that forward. And I will just mention, I want to highlight Colin's fabulous work here. This is a really fun map to explore. There are other ways that you can sort of like see just the changes that we're recommending. You can actually swipe to see what is currently zoned and what is recommended. And then at the end of this map, you can also look up your own property, type in your address, and find out what the recommendations are there. So I just, again, want to highlight that he did a fantastic job creating this as a tool that's user-friendly to sort of try to explain our recommendations. And I'm going to go ahead and switch back to the PowerPoint, so just give me one moment while I make sure I do that in the right way.
That was really nice. I like that.
Great job, Colin. And it looks like, here we go. Okay, so with that, I'm going to dive into our district recommendations. And I want to talk a little bit about sort of the plan area is organized into 5 districts. We do have a large plan area here, and so while there are some cohesive themes and things we're trying to address sort of plan-wide, we also have really unique areas that have their own sets of challenges, opportunities, needs, and desires. And so we have a lot of the key recommendations really embedded within the districts for this plan. And I just want to mention too that these boundaries don't necessarily align with neighborhood boundaries. We really do take those into account, but for this plan, we have a major focus on corridors, and often those are the boundaries for neighborhoods, and we really wanted those to be central to districts so that we could comprehensively look at the corridor. We felt that it would be really difficult for us to sort of create recommendations if one side of the corridor was in one district and the other on the other. And so we do recognize that these districts go through neighborhoods, but we were sort of wanting to be able to look at these corridors and really help improve them through the plan's recommendations. So with that, I'm going to start sort of going through each district. For each, I'm going to provide a little bit of context, talk about the engagement we heard, and then I'll talk about the zoning and then key recommendations for each district. So I'm going to start by talking about Long Branch, which is sort of our southernmost district in the plan area. A lot of this area was included in the 2013 Long Branch Sector Plan. We have a large number of residents here, almost 12,000, a large number of people who speak a language other than English at home, and this is an area with a predominantly Hispanic or Latino population. We also have a real mix of housing types in this area. I also did want to highlight sort of the boundary of the Long Branch Sector Plan. It was really focused on the areas around the Long Branch and Piney Branch Road stations, and the zoning recommendations, again, really focused on the existing commercial properties there. You can also see here the Tacoma Park Minor Master Plan Amendment, which sort of borders us to the southwest here, and sort of directly is adjacent to our plan boundary. So first I'll talk a little bit about sort of how we engage with residents in Long Branch, which included attending the Long Branch Festival twice, attending a lot of food distributions in the area. We also had a focus group with parents from the New Hampshire Estates Elementary School. And we've also been working really closely with CHEER, which is a really important organization in this area. They have actually been having their own series of conversations about the future of this area for a grant that they received. And so we have been sort of listening in on those conversations so we can make sure that we understand those concerns and are also thinking about them in the context of this plan. Overall, we just heard, people love this area. They really are passionate residents of this area. They really appreciate its unique character, the diversity of the community and the small businesses here. We heard a lot about a need for safe and affordable housing and also a fear of displacement. We heard a lot about needing safer ways to get around and places that feel safe to gather. And then lastly, I think, it's unavoidable to sort of course, we heard about the Purple Line construction that's happening. This has been a real challenge for people who lived in the area. It's been going on for a long time. And so, of course, when you have a conversation about this area, that comes up. People are both excited, but also concerned about sort of what's going to happen, what change is going to occur once the Purple Line opens. I shared this a couple weeks ago, but I wanted to share it again. This is at our most recent visit to the Long Branch Festival. We had a graphic recording artist who shared sort of people's thoughts on the future of this area, and I just wanted to share it again. So the vision for Long Branch in the plan is a stronger, even more vibrant Long Branch, a place where immigrants are welcomed, all residents are well supported by safe, affordable housing options, improved community facilities, services, and amenities, and locally owned businesses flourish with new customers arriving on the Purple Line. The goals include improving the safety and comfort of those walking, biking, rolling, taking transit, and driving in Long Branch, supporting and strengthening Long Branch as a vibrant mixed-use center with diverse retail and restaurants, inviting public gathering spaces, and improved community facilities, and creating more safe and affordable housing options for those who live in Long Branch today, as well as future residents. So now I'm just going to sort of talk through the overall recommendations I talked about, but sort of show where they show up in this specific district, so you can see how they come together. So again, so on this slide, you see the more types of housing recommendation. You see the CRN with the overlay zone highlighted. We also are highlighting here the townhouses. So currently the zoning is not in conformance with the zoning code, and so bringing that into the TMZ zone. And then we are also retaining R10, R40, and R60 on the remaining residential properties. A note on that, we have a lot of diverse housing types already in this plan area, and so I think we really wanted to be intentional about balancing opportunities for more housing, but also preserving some of these unique housing types that Thrive Montgomery 2050 really talks about and emphasizes. So you can see sort of on the west side of the Long Branch Stream Valley Park, we have a lot of brown, and we have a really mixed neighborhood with a lot of different housing types there, R10, R30, and we wanted to keep some of that. I think that's a really interesting neighborhood that has this unique mix we're often trying to accomplish in other places. So we're really trying to sort of balance preserving that with also sort of targeting opportunities for more housing closest to transit.
Could you explain what type of housing is on R10, R30, and R40?
Sure. So yes, so R40, most of the R40 in this area is actually sort of, and I'm not sure if you can see, let me see if I can bring my mouse over. The R40 in this plan area is really located over here in the New Hampshire Estates neighborhood. That's that duplex neighborhood I highlighted earlier and I showed the picture of. It's a really cool neighborhood with some really funky duplexes. And so that's something we thought, if we're trying to create duplexes elsewhere, I think we should try to also maintain the ones that we already have in the plan area. On the west side of Long Branch, where we have some of those other zones, it's a really unique mix. I think you're walking along the street and you'll see a single family home right next to a small apartment building. Sometimes you see, like a 4-unit building or a 10-unit building, but it's really quite a mix, and it feels very residential in nature, and sort of like those places are sort of coexisting intentionally.
So R10 can be duplex or townhouse. R30, I'm just trying to see the concentration that we have there. R30, is that townhome? Because I think R40 and R60 are single. I'm just trying to see the diversity of the existing. So,
well, I'll say the zoning doesn't always, it doesn't so evenly describe exactly what's in all of these different types. The R40 here actually is duplexes, which are an allowed
Okay.
use in R40.
Okay. And then R30 and R10, I'm just trying to see
Yeah,
the
so some of
consent.
those are single-family homes that are actually on those properties, but we also have several small unit apartment buildings, around like 8 to 10 units.
So
that are
it
there.
allows to be any of those in R10 or 30 and R40 allows any kind of type of housing, the type of the housing.
The way that the zoning ordinance defines R10, R20, and R30, those are residential multi-unit zones. And so the R30 is residential multi-unit low density, R20 is residential multi-unit medium density, and then R10 is residential multi-unit high density. The R40 is actually a detached zone classification.
Okay, thank you.
But, you know, I think that, as Lauren mentioned, there are so many housing types in these areas today that really align with the goals that we're trying to achieve in other areas of the county. And so our approach here was really to try to retain that zoning so that we can retain those.
And that's
those unit
wonderful.
types.
That's exactly what I was trying to understand, that what kind of typing we have there. With R10, 20, 30, you know, I couldn't imagine, but I hear you. Thank you.
So, great question, Commissioner, and great answer. But yeah, so it'd be good to, maybe when you come back, what's currently built in those, what are the sizes of those lots? Because typically when we see R10, we would have thought it was a 10,000 square foot lot, and in the R20, 20,000, but they're not detached classifications like in R40 and R60. And then you said R40 can do duplexes by right, and where you can't do that in a R60 and whatever. Tacoma Park has primarily, a lot of those are. So just if, and then, and also it'd be nice to understand what are the size of those lots. And then if just say someone demolished whatever is on an R10 lot, what can they, so would, if you kept the same designation, would it be hard to produce some variety of something else if they wanted to do that, if they tore it down, or do you need some I'm just trying to just think through in the future, what are all the possibilities, okay?
Those are great questions, and we'll absolutely address them as we come back. And I think you're right. You know, these older areas of the county, like closer to Tacoma Park, we do have these zones that are used in sort of a different way than maybe some of the other areas of the plan. So we can absolutely talk about that.
Okay.
Sorry, I lost my mouse for a moment there. So in terms of flexibility for community institutions, sort of the second recommendation we talked about earlier, I did want to highlight a couple of properties here. Number one is the Long Branch Library, which is owned by the county. We think this is a fantastic opportunity for co-location if they ever, decide to renovate or improve that facility. The second is the Casa Welcome Center, which is number two here. We are sort of suggesting that maybe there could be another possible sort of co-location on that property that is also county-owned. And so we're recommending CRT 2.5 on both of those properties. We also have a church at number 3 that we're recommending for CRT 1.5. And then number 4 is a large site, it's actually several different sites, including a Church of Latter-day Saints, Adventist Healthcare, and also a private school, Tacoma Academy, that we think is a great opportunity. Very close. This property is actually sort of in between the Purple Line Station at Piney Branch Road, and then also the Tacoma Langley Crossroads, which is outside of the plan area.
Can I ask you a question in regard to the rezoning of the churches? Or institution facilities. When we have institution facilities, they're waived for many of the requirements. If we make them mixed, so how that waiver work? is that waiver specific just to institution, or does it span along the housing or commercial or anything that they build there, or have we thought about it?
So I think while certain institutions have more flexibility, this zoning gives them a little more than that, than what they're already sort of allowed. I don't know if anybody else wants to sort of speak to how
Yeah,
that works
I
in the
think
review process.
this is a good question, and actually, some of the institutions that we've met have talked through this, like, what are my options if I don't have a rezoning, or if I do? I think because of the other uses that a lot of these landowners want to put on their property, like housing, and sometimes medical facilities as well, I do believe that this zone is a bit more flexible for them to do that versus going through the process of the, as you described, religious institutions have exemptions for from certain processes in the zoning ordinance. And that is accurate. But because these religious institutions want to do other things other than the faith-based activities, this zone, I think, is a bit more flexible for them to do that. And one of the things that helps with is particularly with some of the parking and transportation needs that they might have. Because the CR family of zones has standards for parking that are different than other zones.
So to understand you, that means that if the institution decide, or I guess that is not the decide, if they fall under this, then that all the requirement for institution facility is going to go away, and they have to follow these requirements for this like any other development.
Yes, that is my understanding. And we can dig into that a bit more and follow
That's
back up.
very important.
Yeah, but that is my understanding because of what they're moving toward. As an example, for example, when some faith-based organizations are actually, sadly, taking away the faith-based aspect of their property and completely redeveloping in another fashion. So having this zone allows them that flexibility in the future, whereas if they were to not have this zone, they would have more challenges with, or there are more process with that.
Okay, because before institutions could go like in residentials that was not allowed any other height or any kind of density, and they could just build it under the institution. But after this, that's not going to happen.
That is correct. That is my
Okay.
understanding. And we will
That
follow
gives them-
back up and just do our due diligence just to make sure that we fully answered your question. But that is my understanding that going to this new zone would take away that ability that you've described.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, because is it in the value in the name of the church, like the five, like just say there were a 501c, is it that makes them get certain requirements, or is it the zoning of the land that allows them to have certain requirements? But you can,
We will follow back up.
yeah, great, thank you.
Thank you for those questions. Okay, I'm going to go to our next slide, is really talking about sort of where we are recommending more housing and mixed-use development. And this is really sort of building on the recommendations from the 2013 Long Branch Sector Plan. So first, you can see this cluster of existing garden apartments in the heart of Long Branch that we're recommending CRT 2.5 with a height of 75 feet. We also sort of have, as you go east on Piney Branch Road, recommendations for several properties in that area, ranging from sort of CRT 2.0 to 1.5 with a height of 75 feet. And then lastly, number 3 is sort of right next to that Tacoma Academy site, and so wanting to rezone that to CRT 1.0 as well. And then just wanted to share quickly, these are the recommendations from the Long Branch Sector Plan that we're carrying forward, and you can sort of see how we're like filling in and continuing many of those recommendations. The CRT on these properties, the FAR on these properties range from 2.5 to 3.0, with heights ranging from 50 to 120 feet. And then I just want to highlight some of the key recommendations here. One recommendation that we're really excited about is the Civic Green at the Giant site. This was a recommendation as part of the 2013 sector plan, recognizing that this area really needs sort of a central gathering space. And Avenue Urban Park has sort of been trying to function in that capacity, but is not necessarily have all the, all the needs that a central gathering space would have. And so wanting to have something that's more centrally located sort of within the area. And so we're carrying that recommendation forward. We're also sort of building on and formalizing the recommendations of the Long Branch Initiative that Parks has been working on for several years, which is really exciting, and sort of thinking about how that ties into the recommendations broadly in the plan as we think about a more connected pedestrian network here. We also have a lot of recommendations talking about sort of the preservation and rehabilitation of existing housing and the creation of deeply affordable units. And we have some sort of site-specific recommendations about that. And Kayla, our housing planner, will be touching on that later this afternoon. Most of our transportation recommendations are really sort of focused on improving pedestrian accessibility as well as safety in getting to Purple Line stations. While we have the Purple Line stations here, the pedestrian network around them is not always as good as we'd like it to be, and so we have recommendations about that. You'll be hearing more about that later on. And then also opportunities for small businesses, which again, we'll touch on later on when we talk about our small business recommendations and plan-wide recommendations, but I just wanted to touch on that here because most of the existing commercial uses are in this district.
Can I ask a quick question about it sort of relates to what's just outside of, I guess, what's outside of the county. You sort of alluded to Langley Park, like other Purple Line stations nearby. I think that's Langley Park is the next one down the line, where there's also the transit center there. Did we consider proximity to that station with some of the properties kind of on the edge of the plan area?
We did in sort of as sort of the recommendations that I mentioned earlier on and how they apply sort of plan-wide. We did think about that. I think it's a complete network here, and so we have to think about it that way. I think that Tacoma Academy site is sort of the furthest south, and there's actually a property that's right fronting Carroll there, which is the Sonina development, which I think is moving forward in the development process. That was actually rezoned as part of the previous sector plan. So really trying to sort of build on the recommendations from that plan and the Tacoma Langley Crossroads plan. And we're lucky enough to have Melissa Williams, who led both of those efforts sort of as a part of this planning team, so we can think about how those relate.
Okay, thank you.
Good night. Can you, just before you go to the next section, can you go back to the zoning recommendations just quickly?
Sure. Is there one in particular?
No, just, so, thank you. I mean, it may apply to some of the others too, but one of the things I was thinking, when you go through this again, thinking the final recommendations are on height, on the CRN height recommendations, sometimes when the community is so compact, maybe, and the streets aren't as wide as maybe at some of those other main corridors, maybe 50 feet could be too high. And maybe it's, because I look back at the University Boulevard corridor, I think we settled on 45 feet because I think that's what we're approving along some of the main. So I'm just thinking, depending on the lot sizes and as you're like, maybe as we continue to go through, maybe where it says the 50, maybe could be 45, and then the 45 maybe stay 45 or 40, but I just want to, as looking at the context of the blocks and things like that, just want to bring that to your attention. I also like how you potentially didn't change the zoning along Flower there, but I do, as we said, look at what happens if someone comes in an R10 or whatever, wants to do something differently or wants to change or tear down and rebuild? Would they, would it be hard to even do a duplex or triplex on that given or something? So like, one, it makes it flexible enough that any development on those properties don't hit snags. So, okay. And then come back with, what are the average sizes of those properties? They seem small, but maybe they're bigger than we think. Okay.
Sure, will do. Thank you so much for the question. I do want to just mention too, I think, it's helpful to have these conversations sort of at this stage with preliminary recommendations. And I think we wanted to start with something knowing that we will have many conversations with the community and may want to think about, I think height is going to be a big one that we talk about in many of the conversations over the coming weeks.
And if I could just jump in for the chair, one of the things maybe in the work sessions that happen in the fall is we could take an example property for you, or our urban design team could perhaps kind of walk through setback requirements, height requirements, step-down requirements, so you can visually understand.
Right.
Would that be helpful for us?
Yeah, that would be helpful.
Okay.
And even in the ones, the CRT recommendations, can you really fit it in with the zoning recommendation you have? And then that's some, like we did before, and like testing it, can you get a decent density at 75-foot high and that CRT, 1 or 1.25 and things like that, okay?
We can definitely do that, and I think another thing we could do, and maybe in some of our upcoming engagement as well, we expect these questions, to also give folks an idea of, here's the, today, what an average height of a townhouse is, or an average height of a duplex, so that people can kind of visualize that. So that's another piece of information we can provide.
Great, thank you.
Can I just double that? Yes, it's very important we can visualize that, how the future would compare versus existing, and what is actually the impact of the community if things don't happen at the same time, because it may happen piecemeal. So how a community in a neighborhood could look like if things just happen, just one here, another one 5 years, 2 10 years, another one 15, or so on. But people have to live there. How does the community look like?
I think that's a great idea, and I think fortunately, it sounds like we have neighborhoods where we can see that today. So maybe one of the things we can also think about is seeing more. I'm sure you all took lots of pictures. We see some of the pictures here, but we could also kind of use those pictures to understand what the diversity of housing currently looks like on a neighborhood level. Maybe across an entire street. I mean, going down Flower Ave, for example, that's a great place to see exactly what we're talking about. There's small apartments, there's duplexes, there's some quads there, all sorts of different things, which is really interesting, things that we don't really see elsewhere in the county. And it's a wonderful contribution to that neighborhood. But I think it speaks exactly to what you're talking about. It's a way to sort of see what exists there today and what kind of a piecemeal approach to redeveloping some of these over time may look like in other parts of the plan area too.
Just a little bit, I guess, how I personally think about it. I do support your plan. I have gone through it, and I think you, as much as I have seen, I know that is still open for discussion, you have created a good balance between what is there and what could be done without destroying the existing communities. I have, as much as I have read and I have seen from you. And also, it's extremely important that we keep the diversity of the housing. I understand that we want to create more affordable housing, but at the same time, the affordable housing shouldn't just be multifamily. It should allow people that they have children and they have pets or other things and they desire to stay in single family. They have to have that opportunity, and we have to make some of the single families also affordable for people to move in and live. Those allows younger generation to create wealth. We don't want to just create a rental community for our youngsters. We want them to allow them to have the possibility of ownership, duplexes, townhouses, a smaller single-family home. So I do support, and I saw how you have done that. So I think you have created a good balance. But it is important we see how we are impacting the changes, especially along the corridors that we are changing the zoning. It not only give us a comfort, I think it would be helpful for the residents that they see how their neighborhood could look like.
Those are great comments. Thank you so much. I'm going to sort of continue with the Manchester Place district. This is another district that's really focused around a Purple Line station, the future Manchester Place Purple Line station. It's one of the smaller districts, but I would say it's also one that has an incredible diversity of housing, which is really quite unique. We have condos, townhouses, many single-family homes, multifamily, and also some of those small multifamily between 2 and 19 units. And you can see some photos of that district here. It's also located sort of on the west side of the plan area, includes Sligo Creek, which is a really important amenity in this area. So one of the major themes we heard in this area was really about how much people value the diversity of this community. I mean, I think you'll hear that in many of these areas, but again, this is an area that's incredibly diverse, I think in part due to the diversity of types of housing here, and people who live here really, really love that. They love the mix of units and what that feels like to walk around the neighborhood and see all different kinds of people living in different kinds of places. We also heard a lot about Sligo Creek and how much people love and use that park, as well as sort of a need for more green spaces and parks to gather. There was a lot of concern about sort of preserving housing and housing affordability, as well as a real need for safer ways to get around and connect to the new Purple Line station, despite the fact that there's a Purple Line station, right here. A lot of these neighborhoods really don't have an appropriate sort of sidewalk infrastructure. So that's something we're really thinking about as part of this plan. I do want to mention we had an open house here. We had door knocking in several sort of the apartment buildings here. And we also did a walking tour with several residents here. We also have several properties here that are owned by the Housing Opportunities Commission, and they've been a great partner in helping us reach their residents. I'll also highlight we do have a meeting coming up with Sligo Brandview residents in the coming weeks as well, which is a neighborhood that's included in this district. So for the vision for Manchester Place will continue to offer a diverse array of housing options, beloved tree canopy, improved connections to Sligo Creek and nearby Long Branch, as well as neighborhood-serving retail and more housing opportunities directly next to the new Purple Line station through infill, mixed-use, and affordable housing development. For goals, maintain and add to the diverse array of housing options in this area, encourage infill and mixed-use development directly next to the Manchester Place Purple Line station, and improve pedestrian and bicycle connections between the Purple Line station, Sligo Creek Stream Valley Park, and Long Branch's mixed-use center. So in terms of the more types of housing recommendation, you can sort of see what that looks like in this area. This has a height of 45 feet, so the lesser height of the two sort of CRN categories for these residential properties, as many of these face neighborhood streets that felt more appropriate for this area. We're also retaining some of the R10 on the residential properties that are a little bit further away from the Purple Line station here. Several of those are condos, and so that is part of the reason, and development sort of seems unlikely there.
I have a quick question on the height issue you mentioned, or the preference in the preliminary recommendations. If you go down Wayne, I think, probably more toward Sligo from the future Purple Line station. There's older apartment buildings there that have heights that, exceed 45 feet by quite a bit. There's at least two, maybe more. Wayne itself is not particularly residential in kind of the conventional sense on this. I mean, multifamily residential, but I think in the sense that you're talking about, especially as you go kind of past Sligo. On the other end, you get to the middle school and the elementary school, and so I'm just wondering about the height recommendation here, and if we're considering there are buildings that exceed it now, considering the Purple Line station, I mean, is there a need to limit ourselves to 45 feet? This is sort of agnostic. This is not considering, I guess, kind of the economic, market conditions or kind of what we can fit on some of these sites specifically, or if it would require consolidation of some sort of sites to achieve something bigger. But I'm just wondering if there was conversation around something higher than 45 feet, considering what's around it, considering the Purple Line station.
I think that's a great note. I think in particular, it's sort of the transition between the properties that we're recommending more mixed-use development. I think we could think about sort of the transition there, as well as I think along Wayne. We do have several that face neighborhood streets, but there might be more of a balance that we can strike, or something that helps with sort of manage that transition.
Okay.
Yeah, so, yeah, and it's always a balance, we're trying to, I agree with many ways of your point, Vice Chair, and I think also in the community that wants to have more home ownership, it's always that balance of how many taller buildings, there likely would be, the taller would be multifamily, likely, versus the shorter ones would likely be more home ownership. So it's always that balance. And one question I had is that in the townhomes, you did not change the zone, you kept it at R60.
Correct.
It
So
was a
these are
big
so townhouses are an allowable use in R60, so there
Okay.
isn't the necessity to change it as there
Okay.
is in those that are in the RT 8.5 and 12, I
Okay.
think 12.
So if someone wanted to redo a townhome community, a denser town community today, that's still allowed in the R60?
Correct. So this is, and I believe this is the only townhouse community we have in this plan that is already R60. The rest were in that other zone that we needed to sort of update.
And the R60 has a certain height limit today?
35 feet.
Okay, so it could be that just say if someone wanted to redevelop this even as a townhome community in today's, what are townhomes, they would be limited by height, correct? Yeah, okay.
Correct.
Okay, so maybe just all of these things to sort of think through, but it could be just fine just the way you have it, okay?
I have a question here. The CRN with overlay zone goes to 45 foot, is right next to R60 that is 35. So do they have to follow the transition guidelines, the ones that are right now, because you have a block that is right next to R60. So that block cannot go to 45, correct?
So the transition requirements of the CRN zone would require that the height step down from the 45 feet to the 35 feet to align with the height of the R60 zone.
Okay, thank you. And I guess that the CRT, we don't have a height limit there. What is the height for the CRT that is right next to the R60?
So for these properties, and let me just pull up, I'm going to sort of switch to this slide, which has that. So several of these properties we are recommending. So we recommend the height for these areas. The CRT zone as a whole, I believe, goes up to 150 feet. So for, you can see here that the sort of one is the HOC-owned Tanglewood properties. We're recommending 75 feet. Two, we have heights ranging from 75 to 120, closest to the Purple Line station. And then three, those are existing small apartment buildings that we're recommending CRN for of a 1.5, and then with 75 feet. So it's going from 75 to then the 45 of the CRN just outside of it.
Yeah, I'm just trying to figure that R60, the small R60, are they going to be like sort of jam between tall buildings? That's something that it would be good if we can visualize and to see what is the impact to that community back there.
I think this is a really interesting area as well because there's significant grade here. It's a really sort of hilly neighborhood. And actually in some of our conversations, property owners have mentioned really wanting to dig into the height because depending on where the height is measured from, it might they might need more to accommodate for it being measured from a higher point on their site. And so I think it's worth us really exploring the height in this neighborhood specifically for that reason. And so maybe we can think about that along with these transitions, because I think you're.
That would be helpful.
I think, I think what you're speaking to is, this is a very mixed neighborhood. We are sort of trying to retain that, but also wanting to be sensitive to making it all work together cohesively. And I think height can really help achieve that.
Tyler Milam with the Design Placement and Policy Division, designer for the record. One thing I wanted to also add is talking about the height change is that from parcel 2, along Wayne, like you're saying, going down to Sligo Creek, from that point of Sligo or of Wayne Avenue back to, I can't remember the name of the other one, where Hartwell Street, that intersection, that's a 25, 30 foot grade difference just from that one to the other. So there are some where the buildings are taller that have kind of by default almost meet the compatibility requirements because they're down so much farther than some of the ones that are smaller and higher up.
That's very helpful. We cannot see, a lot of people cannot see it that way. I do not know if there is a software or a program that could take this effect and show what's the height differences. I'm sure you guys are so smart you can make it.
But we do have some 3D modeling that we can do that for that has topographies. We kind of have to get it in, place it ourselves because it's a bit chunky when you get that kind of topography. But that's definitely something
that makes a big difference, especially for what you just said. When there is the topography could change a lot. It could either work in the advantage or disadvantage. I don't know which way it is. But yeah.
Could you go back to the rendering? Yeah, so you can see on the left side the Purple Line tunnel going underground. So that's kind of showing the grade difference just between the entrance of the Purple Line tunnel, which is itself fairly high compared to the southern part of Wayne Avenue or the western part of Wayne Avenue. But then the roof of that is grade at the next level. So it's not higher than the buildings behind it. That's the surface level of the street behind it.
So this is definitely something we can continue to explore because I think it's complicated. And I think we should dig in a little more and think about, what height could look like in this area. Thanks for these questions. Just wanted to highlight some of our key recommendations for this area. Similar to sort of around all of our Purple Line stations, we're really looking at improving the pedestrian network and additional street connections. And then here we also have a recommendation for a shared street along Hartwell Road where we could really de-emphasize vehicular use, and promote pedestrians. We shared this with community members, and they were really excited about this idea. People in this area, though they could take the Purple Line to Long Branch, are likely going to walk because it is so close to them, and so wanting to create an easy way for them to get there. We also have several public spaces we're recommending as part of redevelopment, and again, the support for preservation and rehabilitation of existing housing and the creation of new deeply affordable units.
I just wanted to say I love this recommendation for Hartwell Road. So I'm excited to kind of see, or just talk more about it, and maybe even see some renderings down the road of what it could look like. I think this is something that the community might be really excited about too in this area, for both obvious reasons, but also from a connectivity standpoint. So I love the idea. So thanks for bringing it forward.
I want to give credit to, we did a charrette with many planning staff members, and this was one of the ideas that came out of it. So it's really great when we can all come together and brainstorm and, sort of throw spaghetti at the wall and come up with these ideas. I'm going to move us to our next district, which is the next 3 are really focused around corridors in the plan area. And so the first that I'm going to talk about is Colesville Road. This is one of the smaller districts in terms of population and predominantly single-family residential. It also has one of the highest average household incomes in the plan area, and is predominantly white as compared to the other districts. I want to talk a little bit about what we heard in this area. So first, a little bit about how we engage with residents here. So we have gotten many survey responses and had conversations with residents in this area. But we also had a community conversation in May of last year. And I just wanted to talk a little bit about the series of events which we did for each of the corridors, so this being the first one and the next 2 districts as well. We wanted to have specific conversations really focused around each corridor. And we hadn't, at this point in the process, we hadn't gotten a lot of turnout at many of our public events. And so we really worked closely with all of the civic associations associations to create these events. We coordinated with them on date, location, time of the event, and also talked to them about what we were thinking to make sure it felt like the right kind of meeting for their neighborhood. And so, turnout sort of varied among all of the different, meetings that we held, but I think working with the civic associations was really helpful in sort of making sure that these meetings worked for community members. And so I'll just mention, overall, we heard a lot about a need for safer walking conditions on Colesville Road and wanting better connections to Four Corners across 495. They're very close to Four Corners, but it doesn't really feel, safe or enjoyable to walk there. We did hear a lot of concerns about more housing on Colesville Road. As we brought up sort of ideas about different building types and different types of housing, I think there was really a desire in our conversations to focus growth near downtown Silver Spring and Four Corners. Although some people did mention, this could be a nice opportunity for some new amenities in this area. We also heard a lot about the parks and how important they are in this area, and wanting to preserve those as part of, any future development. I do want to also acknowledge that we did receive several comments from the Indian Spring neighborhood that was a part of your correspondence. So that neighborhood is located within this district as well as University Boulevard North. It's one of those neighborhoods that sort of is in two different districts. And last week we did meet with two homeowners in this area, and we're working to schedule a meeting with that group in early April. We also have several meetings scheduled in the coming weeks with also North Hills of Sligo Creek, Seven Oaks, Evanswood, which also sort of are included in this district. And I just want to mention again that we often start to hear more from people in the community once we actually share recommendations. I think it's a little bit easier to sort of understand what a plan does and what we're talking about. And so that's really why we wanted to go really detailed at this stage of the plan so that we could have those conversations and make sure that more people were engaged earlier in the process and sort of have these conversations at this stage before we get to the working draft of the plan, so we can really incorporate those conversations, what we're hearing, along with the input of the planning board, of course. So in terms of the vision for this area, predominantly residential with opportunities to provide more housing options at key community serving institutions anchored by an improved community green space. This plan reimagines Colesville Road into a safer, more shaded, walkable area with improved connections to Four Corners, downtown Silver Spring, and the rest of the plan area. We're focused in the goals on encouraging more types of housing along Colesville Road and at key community serving institutions, offering safer, cooler, more comfortable pedestrian connections to nearby destinations, enhancing Hastings Neighborhood Conservation Area as a neighborhood park to serve as a community gathering space, and improving safety along Colesville Road and throughout the district for those walking, rolling, taking transit and driving. So here is the recommendation for more types of housing here. And again, this is where I think it's, each corridor is really different in the block structure that we have along the corridor. So on the west side of Colesville Road, there's actually an alley. And so this is a block which is pretty unique for us as we've been talking about sort of more housing on corridors to actually have that alley. And then on the east side, those blocks are larger. And so we did go and sort of, kind of approach these corridors in the same way and look at that first block into the neighborhood. But we do have that height differentiation, 50 feet facing Colesville Road and then 45 facing neighborhood streets around it, bringing still, as within other districts, bringing townhouses into conformance, and then retaining R60 on the rest of the properties that are residential, including there is a county-owned property that is currently the Acorn Hill Nursery and the Parkside Building, which is owned by MCPS.
Can I ask you a question? On the east side, I see that you have gone to a larger block with CRN. I guess, what is the distance that people have to commute from the furthest point to a transit? And I'm wondering that how many additional household could be there, because a lot of time we hear complain about parking if it's not really walkable and what is the allowable parking. If you bring it all the way, this looks like about 3 blocks between the CRN with overlay zone of 50 and CR line with over zone of 45. Seems like 3 blocks with the 2 cul-de-sac that you have there on the north side. I'm just wondering that what would be the community in regard to parking and also the walking, how easily they can walk to transit or stations. I don't know how close that could be to Purple Line. I don't know.
For the record, Ronetta Zach Williams, Transportation Planner. This area in general has very rich transit there, and I'll talk about that later on, but there are 15 ride-on routes that operate in the plan area and 5 Metro bus routes. So in this corridor specifically, there's local bus that runs along Colesville Road, along Franklin Avenue, which is kind of where you see that kind of like orange. There are several routes that run east and west in that direction, as well as, it's not highlighted, but Brunette Avenue, because it's kind of on the western side of Colesville. So there's a lot of transit in this area and like for folks to get to local transit.
Can I just I'm sorry.
I was just wondering that, so the walking distance is within quarter mile?
Yes, it's within
Okay.
a quarter mile and even shorter.
So, yeah, thanks for doing this. And I think, I would just recommend you to consider on the west side, like you did on the east side, go a block deep at least. I would think, I don't know the reason why you can't consider going a block deep on the west side, plus to take advantage of that alley there. I mean, that's so unique to have a rear-loaded, properties. I mean, because if you started from scratch again anywhere, you would want to have, I would think, alleys. And the reason, so is there a reason why you didn't consider going that? And this is I think it's a great opportunity to go a whole block. And you could taper down in height if you need to be, but or as I said, when all of these, consider what should be the height on the main road, whether it's 45 or 50, and then taper down or whatever. But I think that my recommendation, at least consider at least going a full block in.
I think that's a great suggestion. I think with our first sort of preliminary recommendations, we just wanted to be consistent. We do have 3 separate corridors here, and so when we talked about sort of defining a block, we felt that because of the alley, that was actually sort of the first block. But I see your note, and I think we should think about that to kind of be more holistic as we think about this corridor.
I was wondering, so in this plan view is the former Parks headquarters, which is kind of northwest, that big block, that big lot, one of those big lots on the west side. And I think it's now owned, but you can probably confirm, is it owned by MCPS now?
MCPS, correct.
Do we know if they have any short, long, medium-term plans for that? Have we engaged them in this planning process about like the opportunities on that site?
So we have spoken to them about this property, in particular because there's a lot of community interest in that property, and so we wanted to make sure we were asking them about it. Their long-term plans are for a childhood development center at that site, but the property needs a lot of work and a lot of rehabilitation. We were actually asking about it to be able to use it for a community meeting, and they said it is definitely not in a condition for that today, although they do hope that it kind of becomes back online. I think there are also some larger conversations about school boundaries, so properties may have different uses than what is on the table today. But in our last conversation, that was where they were.
Okay. Did they mention, just out of curiosity, was one of the ideas they were kicking around anything related to like looking at it like a holding school site? Obviously, the current structures you mentioned, like a lot would need to happen for anything to happen there. But in terms of the broad range of ideas, is that something that came up for them?
So not at that time. That this was before, when we spoke with them about the site, it was before some of the other conversations about the overall boundary study that's ongoing. I do know that at one point this was on a list of potential, sites that could be considered for the relocation of, I believe, Sligo Creek Elementary. But I'm not sure you know, I think there's been a lot changing really quickly with MCPS on that project. So I think the last time we engaged with them, that's where they were, and it was on a long list of sites. But I don't think we've spoken with them since that discussion. I will see. I know Jesus Beck is here with us. I don't know if she wants to speak on MCPS on that property at all.
And I was also going to say, we have some time this afternoon. We're going to be
Yeah.
with you again. And we're going to dive into each of the disciplines, transportation, schools, environment. So maybe that's a time, because I know we're, have a few more districts to cover here. So.
Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah. I just, one quick thing about this district too, and then I don't want to, delay us, but is it the YMCA site is that the current site, the large lot that's kind of abutting the Beltway up there?
Yes, that was a great transition to our next slide.
Oh, okay. Well, I can wait. I'll wait.
Well, I'll just say first, I think, again, we're really focused on creating more flexibility and more opportunities for, institutions here, which include the YMCA, which is located right next to the Beltway and is a larger site, as well as the Well Church and Yad Yehuda, which is a nonprofit, and they are located sort of on the corridor. And I mean, if there's a question you want to ask, this is a great time.
Sure. So there's two things I just wanted to mention before we move on to the next district. So with YMCA, this site is obviously rare in its size. And because of that flexible uses, you can imagine all sorts of things on this site, potentially. It obviously has great proximity to transit on Colesville, and, it's also right next to 495. It's right next to 495. And we're proposing something up to 120, allowing up to 120 feet of height there. I think there's currently a sound wall or some sort of vegetative buffer right there. But those buffers and the sound wall can only do so much, particularly when buildings rise above it. And I got to be honest, I'm concerned about doubling, tripling down on this approach of putting so much housing next to highways. There's many opportunity sites in the broader plan area for all sorts of types of housing, and I'm not suggesting that this site can't become something different in the future, or it shouldn't become something different in the future. But I would like us to at least be attentive to the problems of this site, and environmentally, public health for future residents who might live there, particularly kids who might live there. There's obviously a park right next to it too, and I'm just as concerned about kids who play at that park. It's actually not uncommon for parks to be next to big roads throughout the county, and that's something that is kind of on my mind a lot too these days. But I just want us to be careful about recommendations with this kind of thing. And if we do feel like it's something that's worth pursuing, really going the extra step to describe in detail like how we're going to protect the people who are there, why it's necessary, how we're going to protect them, and because otherwise, I don't know if it's defensible. To be frank, we know too much about air quality impacts on people, on kids, and I just don't know that we can justify something without dramatic recommendations for protecting them when it's this close.
Thank you for those comments. We did include some language. It's a little bit vague in our preliminary recommendation, but that's intentional as we are exploring this through actually an innovation lab project internally to make sure that we could really explore sort of what would be necessary to make this safe and habitable if housing were to be located here. And we'll talk a little bit more about that in our plan-wide recommendations this afternoon. But I thank you for raising that issue.
And one more thing about this site, I remember, my son was playing soccer in the open area. And that open area for YMCA was very valuable. I don't know if there's any provisions that, that kind of things, if it's being used by community, not to be taken away from them, at least to be a replacement or whatever it is, because it's a beautiful amenity. People like open space. I know it. It was actually a Tacoma League that was playing soccer there in their area. So it would be good that we don't lose the recreation opportunities that people have right now in our future zoning.
I think that's a great note, and I would just say, we've received a lot of correspondence about that green space in particular. And I think, the master plan is really an opportunity for us to highlight those aspects of properties that people are really important to communities and that we want to preserve. That's what we can use a master plan to help us do that. So I would just say to anybody, listening in, that I think that's a really valuable conversation for us to have is what about this site is, do you want to be here as we think about what could happen in the future?
Okay.
Yeah, that would be a great way to preserve the open space.
And going back to the former park site, I guess is now the current MCPS site, as you have further discussions, and to think about if it weren't a school site, what would fit in best here? Is it like another RCN kind of community, or is it, or this R60 single-family detached thing, but or does some of it become parkland? But just something to think about as you move forward. Thank you.
Thank you. So for some of the key recommendations here, we are supporting the implementation that is sort of happening of the median / hybrid BRT alternative, and we are still sort of exploring the additional station. There was one initially planned for this area on Franklin Avenue, but it's not a part of the current project, and so we're thinking about that in the context of this plan. We're also thinking about improvements to the Hastings neighborhood conservation area, which is also, I'll just highlight, one of our placemaking gathering spots, so we can gather additional input about that site. And then lastly, we are also supporting the pedestrian and bicycle bridge connection over the Beltway, which was consistent with the 2018 bicycle master plan and also supported with the University Boulevard corridor plan. Okay, we have two more districts. University Boulevard North is sort of the geographical heart of the plan area and connects directly with the University Boulevard corridor plan, which was previously adopted to the north. It's a very diverse district. There's a mix of housing types, although it's predominantly single family. We do have several places of worship here, as well as some senior housing locations. In terms of what we heard, we've had many conversations with Franklin Knowles and Clifton Park in this area. We also had a community conversation here focused on the corridor in June of last year, and it was the most well-attended event of this series. We heard again a lot about pedestrian safety and the need to be able to safely cross University Boulevard, especially for students walking to Eastern Middle School. We did hear a lot of mixed opinions about growth here. Some residents want growth, but they really want it closer to Long Branch and along Piney Branch Road. And others said they wanted more amenities in this area and were excited about what could be brought, come through redevelopment, including more retail and places to gather. There's also, we heard a lot about a desire for green spaces and places to gather, especially east of University Boulevard. They are sort of directly proximate to Northwest Branch, but today there isn't a Parks Trail on the west side. And so that's something we've been thinking about as part of this plan. In terms of the vision for this area, we're imagining this as an improved destination and connection between Four Corners and Long Branch, offering opportunities for a diversity of uses, housing types, and transportation choices along the entire corridor, with opportunities for more housing, commercial, and community-serving uses at places of worship. Sorry, I went the wrong way there. In terms of goals, encouraging more types of housing along University Boulevard and existing places of worship, creating opportunities to expand community-serving uses in senior housing along University Boulevard at existing places of worship and senior housing facilities, establishing more park spaces east of University Boulevard, improving access to Northwest Stream Valley Park, and lastly, improving safety along University Boulevard. In terms of more types of housing here, you can see what that looks like sort of with the existing block structure. We actually do have about 3 townhouse communities that already are sort of directly off the corridor. And then we are also retaining the R60 on the remaining properties, including 2 elementary schools and a nursing home here. In terms of flexibility for community institutions, we have a few here. Mount Jezreel Baptist Church Silver Spring Presbyterian Church, and then University Gardens, which is a senior housing site. And so we're recommending CRT on 1 and 3 here, and then CRN 1.5 on number 2.
I have a quick question about the CRN and CRT zones for institutional properties like that. Do those allow for, is it optional method for construction of housing or additional buildings or anything like that with those? I'm curious. On those sites.
So the optional method of development threshold would happen, I believe, at a 0.5 FAR regardless of the use.
Okay. I'm also a little concerned about the height with some of those buildings, only because I have some experience with our own church that we've worked on and trying to build housing on it. And the existing buildings tend to be higher than that. Like the institutional uses on those sites tend to be a little bit higher. And there was some concern, right? I've seen some concern about trying to either connect them or have co-location of services within the existing building and others pieces on the lot. So I just wanted to flag that as we're sort of going through for institutional use there. If these, I'm not even sure if they'd be interested in something like that, but I know that many, faith communities are at the moment.
Yeah, and I think it's worth us just making sure that, that height is compatible with what is already there. And we also tried to be sort of intentional about giving an appropriate amount of FAR based on what the square footage of the existing use is, and making sure they have enough of a C value to cover that use if they want to maintain that into the future.
Yeah. Thank you.
Can I ask one other quick question on, related to the BRT, the potential future BRT station? With the university corridor plan, I was trying to remember in the areas immediately surrounding the future BRT stations, did we choose CRT for those areas or CRN? I know that there was a lot of change over time, and I think council may have also changed, but I don't recall what the final result was.
I'm thinking back, and I believe that there was some component of CRT at each of the stations, which was really sort of a reflection of the existing uses that are there today. For example, the Inwood House at Inwood, there was a opportunity for consolidation around Dennis Avenue, as well as some commercial uses where we recommended a CRT, and then of course Four Corners has a concentration of commercial uses. So I do believe that we had a component of CRT at each of the BRT stations for the University Boulevard Corridor Plan.
Okay, so here on the west side of University, and just and on the east side, just north of where the middle school is, we're not suggesting that because the uses are currently not, because the parcels are smaller, it would require more consolidation, or what's the rationale?
I can jump in here, Carrie Sanders. So one distinction between this land use pattern and University Boulevard Corridor Plan is that the BRT stations in the University Boulevard Corridor Plan, to my knowledge, all had some component of commercial along them existing. So whereas in this situation, we do not have existing commercial, we have single-family homes across from the BRT station and kind of surrounding the BRT station. So it's a bit of a different, a different examination of the situation. You would be, going from R60 to a commercial zone that is not currently any commercial development there today.
Yeah.
So that's the difference.
Okay, I get that. And then final question here, and I think we'll probably want to come back to this maybe at the end if we have time. But we typically use quarter, at least in this plan so far, we've used quarter mile for Purple Line for a variety of different things, including kind of the rezoning, the proposed rezoning of some single unit areas currently. Looking at this BRT station, we've been consistent with the block off the corridor approach, but I'm considering that it is BRT. It seems like it's worth at least considering extending that further to help support that future BRT station, because these, at least on the west side, and if you go east on Franklin Avenue, kind of north of there, the block structure is actually quite small relatively to other areas, and the proximity and the access and the connectivity, given the small block structure, is actually quite good. getting to university. And I think it's an opportunity to leverage what is planned, leverage the block structure to reach a little bit further and promote more diversity of housing types in that area, and a little bit more density to support the future BRT station. I think that's at least worth considering for this area, if not for other areas, if there's similarities. But that's kind of what strikes me as this particular, west of the middle school, north of it, a little bit southwest as well. The block structure seems compatible with doing a little bit more. And also, just considering that it is a BRT station, that we want to support that in the future.
Thank you. I think this is probably more of a policy sort of threshold question that we might want to make sure we have plenty of time to discuss with the board. We have taken this approach because it is consistent with the previous University Boulevard corridor plan that was just adopted, where we look at the first block. If we're looking at adjusting that, I think that would need to have sort of a robust conversation with the board, and then, of course, engagement with the community before we would, kind of alter that approach. So I know I'm respectful of your time, and I think we still have one more district to cover. So if it would be okay with the board, we would like to maybe table that discussion for sort of a time when we can really dig in with you and provide the pros and cons of different approaches.
Okay, yeah, that would be great. I think it's a conversation really worth having, especially because we know that development in the future will be, as we've talked about, it'll be incremental, piecemeal. Viewing development along the corridor, like the corridor itself, will take a long time to change. But the station areas, once BRT comes, those may actually, it may leverage a little bit more change more quickly. But if the opportunities for change there are constrained, then I think it just limits the potential like immediately around those BRT future station areas. And you could say the same thing for Purple Line, of course. I think that there's more opportunities for us to kind of go further around Purple Line stations too, but we can talk more about that.
Thank you. So I just want to highlight some of the key recommendations here to add dedicated bus lanes through repurposing existing vehicle lanes on University Boulevard between I-495 and Piney Branch Road, sort of in consistency with the University Boulevard corridor plan. We are also exploring a pedestrian and bicycle connection with future improvements to a beltway bridge over Northwest Branch Stream Valley Park. And lastly, sort of looking at some of the unprogrammed park spaces that are east of University Boulevard as opportunities to maybe improve those spaces. We have one of the temporary gathering spots as part of our placemaking project in that area to gather more feedback on that. And then also studying, there is an unofficial trail on the west side of the stream that Parks is interested in sort of studying to see if that could be officialized. And that's something we've heard a lot about from the community.
Just out of curiosity, so just to clarify, the potential pedestrian and bicycle connection, it is going to the Beltway because there's potentially improvements to the Beltway, and we can sort of get in on that action to do it. I was wondering why otherwise we would go to the Beltway and then come back. If there was a way to get through the Stream Valley Park without it.
Correct, and I think it's also, we're really trying to balance both the need for connectivity while also not wanting to sort of impact this Stream Valley Park. Northwest Branch is really a celebrated and very important natural resource in this area and something that we don't really have south of the Beltway, in other parts of down county. And so really trying to sort of, and I think we've been working on this for many years of coming up with a solution that could sort of meet both of those needs.
To connect to the time. Okay, great. That's clear.
I'll also mention there's a lot of topography here. It's really pretty extreme. And so even if there was an additional crossing, I think it would be very challenging from like a network standpoint. So that was one of the considerations as well. Sorry, this is our final district, New Hampshire Avenue. This is east of Northwest Branch, about 10,000 residents with almost 80% speaking a language other than English at home. We do have a diversity of housing types here, mostly garden-style apartments, some higher apartment buildings, and then a lot of single-family as well. We also had a community conversation in this district and have met several times with the Oakview Community Association, including we just met with them last week. We also held a focus group with Northwest Park Apartments, the tenants there, and which was a really helpful conversation for us to understand their needs as well. Overall, we heard a lot about wanting a safer walking environment here. New Hampshire Avenue is really hard to navigate on foot, and really people want improved destination, connections to nearby destinations. We also heard a lot of mixed opinions on future growth, as we did in other areas, but there was really a strong desire for more amenities within walking distance. People describing sort of feeling car trapped, like they can't really go anywhere without a car. And so there was an interest in small businesses and places to gather and sort of more density that could support some of those uses. There was also a desire for more jobs, restaurants, and healthcare services in this area, and a desire for improved green spaces and parks, along with a great appreciation for their proximity to Northwest Branch Stream Valley Park. The vision for this area is a destination with a mix of uses, housing types, community serving facilities, and transportation choices for those who live in the area, with enhanced safe connections to nearby commercial destinations in Hillendale, Long Branch, and Tacoma Langley Crossroads. In terms of goals, we have established safer, cooler, more comfortable pedestrian connections to nearby destinations in Hillendale, Long Branch, and Tacoma Langley Crossroads, creating walkable destinations along New Hampshire Avenue by allowing retail, commercial, and community serving uses at key sites and future bus rapid transit stations, enhancing existing park spaces and increasing tree canopy cover, encouraging more types of housing along New Hampshire Avenue, and improving safety along New Hampshire Avenue as well. You can see here where we're recommending more types of housing. I'll note that one unique piece here is we do have some properties located on Mount Pisgah Road, which you can see on the east, that are just abutting a property that we're recommending CRT for, in addition to properties along New Hampshire Avenue. In terms of community institutions here, we have one at the top here, Good Shepherd United Methodist Church, which is right next to a BRT station that we're recommending CRT 1.5. The same recommendation for St. Camilla's Church, which is number 2 here. That already includes a private school and senior housing as well. It's a pretty large site. And then I'll talk a little bit about apartment buildings. I'll say, you can see sort of how this really differs from University Boulevard, and then we have a lot of large properties sort of already located near the bus rapid transit stations here. I'll mention, sort of consistently, we're bringing most of these properties into CRT. The outlier here is the Chateau, which currently has a height of about 158, so it's actually too tall to be in the CRT zone, and that's why it's the only property that we're actually recommending CR for. The rest we're sort of recommending CRT. And then I'll mention number 4 here, which is an existing commercial property with a 7-Eleven and Pizza Hut. We're recommending just increasing the density here. It's already CRT, but it's 0.75, and we're recommending 1.5. Some of the key recommendations for this area include supporting bus rapid transit, as well as, which MCDOT is sort of currently working on and thinking about for this area, as well as the pedestrian safety action plan improvements that SHA is currently working on. I think it's really exciting, that project, because they are really focused on sort of making improvements to the pedestrian network now and in the short term. And so we really saw this plan as an opportunity to think about what can happen in the long term. And so as part of that, we are really exploring better ways for pedestrians to be able to cross 495. There's currently, you can sort of see in this picture here, what it looks like to cross. It's a long distance, and it's sort of scary to walk there. Today, most of the commercial uses in this area are located north of the plant area, north of 495. That's where the grocery store is. That's where the Hillendale Gateway project is now coming in. And so we really want to be able to better connect people from this area to that area. So we're working with a consultant, VHB, on creating some concepts that we can think about as part of this plan, and that will be part of our working draft for this plan. We also have several public spaces and additional street connections recommended on many of the sites here. And then lastly, we're really focused on ensuring that deeply affordable units are included in redevelopment, as we have many people in this area who are currently below 50% of the area median income.
I have a question. Where's this picture of the park with the path next to the stream?
That is Northwest Branch Stream Valley Park. So if you enter the trailhead at Oakview Drive, which is in our plan area, that's the only entrance to this trail in our plan area, and you go down a steep slope, you get to this trail, and it's quite beautiful.
Yeah, I've never seen it or been on it. Thanks.
Yeah, it's a really unique stretch, and we did some really great team tours where we visited all of our Stream Valley parks with the parks team, and we're able to sort of like better understand all these unique parks. This one is really, really fantastic. I highly recommend exploring it. And I'll just mention that trailhead I just mentioned at Oakview Drive is one of our temporary placemaking locations. And so that would be a great opportunity to come visit and see that installation. We're really hoping to sort of inspire people to come and explore this fantastic park.
I'm glad you brought up the trailhead and that it's the only one to access the trail from that area, because to your point about connectivity and residents feeling kind of, I guess, landlocked, for lack of a better word, you know, they really are disconnected from the rest of the plan area unless they go down New Hampshire. And I was wondering if if we've talked to parks in particular about if it's feasible to add more connections into the Northwest Branch. Obviously, it's not super accessible for everyone given the topography that you mentioned. But considering that there is only one, it's on the north side of this particular district. There's a school there, obviously, further to the south. There's more apartment buildings, you know, further to the south. It seems like there's a lot of potential benefit, which of course, I say knowing nothing about feasibility of like actually making this happen. If there's environmental impacts, there probably would be. But I'm curious how parks might think about that.
So I'll just mention that Parks will actually be here at the table later this afternoon to dive a little bit more into that. And there are topographical challenges in this area, but I think there is on a whole a real interest from Parks in thinking about more connections among the existing park spaces and better access. So they'll share a little bit about how they're thinking about that in this area. It really is a challenge, but also I think this plan is an opportunity to think about how to resolve it.
Yeah, that's great. Thank you.
So that's the end. I'll just mention, we are coming back this afternoon. We'll be diving into sort of all of these different topics, although I think we covered land use and zoning quite a bit, so I think we'll probably stay away from that this afternoon. And then I just want to mention for anyone tuning in that we do have many opportunities for you to share your thoughts with us. We have an upcoming open house on April 21st. We have an online questionnaire. We have tons of materials on our website. And we're always happy to come to community meetings or have conversations if people are interested. We're also working on setting up some office hours so that you can come and chat with us. But that is it for our presentation here. Thanks so much.
Yeah, well, I'll just say this is a wonderful presentation, a lot of work because there's so many districts, and we really appreciate you putting in the hard work. Yeah, I'm also excited about moving this forward. I'm excited also for you to go back in the community and review some of your preliminary recommendations to get the community's feedback on this. And on the Northwest Branch Trail, that portion, that's really a best kept secret, and we don't want it to be a secret. It's just absolutely beautiful. And if you able to walk down there, you get these stories about the Rachel Carson, what she meant to preserving or pushing the idea of preserving our stream valleys and things like that. So it is hard to get in. When I do it, I get in it near Piney Branch in New Hampshire, and then go up, then there's the Beltway, and then you start going up to the toward Colesville, where the, the Trader Joe's on the air, but it's a lovely, lovely walk, and I recommend it to everyone. So thank you so much. We look forward to this afternoon's continuing this topic, so thank you. We're going to take just a 2-minute break and start with our next item, which is item number 6, the Planning Board Policy 2022-02, Transportation Fee in Lieu Update. Staff is recommending approve the update to the Planning Board Policy 2022-02. Thank you. Good afternoon. We're on item number 6, the Planning Board Policy 2022-02 Transportation Fee in Lieu Update, where staff is recommending approve the update to the Planning Board Policy 2202. Today, we have Florence Dwyer here presenting this item. Thank you, and look forward to your presentation.
Thanks. Yeah. Good afternoon. For the record, Florence Dwyer, Transportation Planner with the Transportation Planning Division. Today I'll be going over the update to the Transportation Fee in Lieu policy. So to start with some background, partial or full payments in lieu of construction of frontage improvements can be made in certain instances consistent with Chapter 49 of the County Code. Planning Board Policy 2022-02 cites Chapter 49 and establishes criteria for determining when payments can be made in lieu of constructing frontage improvements. As a reminder, frontage improvements are upgrades to transportation facilities within the right-of-way along a site boundary. The structure of the policy has 3 sections. So there's the citation of the code provision, the statement and background of the issue, and then the agency interpretation and policy. The intent of the policy is to provide clarity and consistency to applicants and the public on when fees are acceptable and how to calculate the appropriate fee. This policy was initially approved by the Planning Board in March of 2022 and was created in response to the Planning Department receiving requests to make a payment for all or parts of pedestrian and bicycle improvements along a property's frontage. So now to get into our recommended updates. So the first update is to update the code provision section to reflect modifications to the county code. So Planning Board Policy 2022-02 cites Chapter 49, and since the initial approval of the policy in 2022, the County Council has modified sections of Chapter 49, so this update reflects those modifications. Moving on to the second update is to add the relocation of major utilities as an acceptable reason for requesting a full payment in lieu of frontage improvements. Major utilities can include things such as high transmission power lines or high pressure gas lines. And we're recommending this addition since this issue has arisen on several projects, and updating the policy to include this will confirm that a fee is appropriate in these cases and will ensure consistency for future projects. Our third update is to require applicants to provide documentation from MCDOT and SHA supporting requests for partial payments in cases when they cannot resolve issues surrounding frontage improvements. This has been standard practice by planning staff, but was not explicitly included in the policy, so adding this to the policy makes expectations clearer for applicants. Our fourth update is to require applicants to use the local area transportation review cost estimation tool for determining the appropriate payment amount. Currently, the policy does not specify what methodology should be used for determining fees. The LATR cost estimation tool was originally developed to estimate costs of off-site improvements, but it can also be used for estimating costs of frontage improvements. So adding this to the policy will make fee determinations more consistent. And our fifth update is to permit the use of other methods of cost estimation if deemed sufficient by planning staff. So while the cost estimation tool I just mentioned is appropriate for most cases, there may be instances where another tool is more appropriate. So we've added language to include or to allow other methods to still be considered on a case-by-case basis.
Can I ask a question on that real quick?
Sure.
Is there an example of that being, of an applicant requesting that in the past? I know that we didn't specify it had to be LATR in the past, but I assume that we still offer that as an option to applicants, and and most used it, but did some prefer other ones that, you know, I'm just kind of curious, like our experience with that in the past.
Yeah, I don't have a specific example off the top of my head, but I think the cost estimation tool is pretty comprehensive in what it includes, but there may be certain, specific cases where there is some kind of specific thing related to a site that doesn't encompass, that the tool doesn't have information on, and so they might need to do their own analysis to determine a cost.
Okay, got it, thanks.
So those are all the updates. So planning staff recommends that the planning board make the stated updates to ensure the policy reflects the code accurately, to expand and clarify when a fee in lieu can be considered, and to clarify the cost estimation process. So I'll take any other questions at this point.
Thank you for your presentation. I definitely in favor of things that reflect the code accurately, expand and clarify when a fee in lieu can be considered, and clarify the cost estimation process. We want to be transparent, and we want the process to go as quickly as possible. So I appreciate it, and I'm in support of it. Okay. Hearing any other questions or comments? Hearing none, do I have a motion to approve the update to Planning Board Policy 2022-02?
Yeah, I'll move to approve the update to the policy 2022-022-02. You know what, I'm going to mess it up.
I'd second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye, the ayes have it, 5-0. Thank you so much. And we're going to take a lunch break, and we'll be back at 1:30. Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome back. We're on item number 7, the Clarksburg to Montgomery Village Transportation Study, proposed scope of work, where staff is recommending approval with modifications requested by the Planning Board. And this afternoon, we have Sophia Aldridge presenting this item. Welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. For the record, Sophia Aldridge from the Transportation Planning Division. And today, I'm going to summarize and talk about the proposed scope of work that we submitted in our staff report for the Planning Board's consideration. So we have a bunch of things to get to today. First one is just really wanted to talk about the fact that this is a follow-on study. It comes on the heels of the Master Plan of Highways and Transitways, which was approved by the council and then adopted by the commission last year. And as part of that, there was a major recommendation to remove the unbuilt northern extension of Mid-County Highway Extended. And that had been a contentious issue for many, many years here in Montgomery County. And so what County Council gave us some pretty solid direction, which was that, with the removal of this long planned highway extension, that there could be some insufficient transportation capacity, particularly in areas we haven't studied recently, and that recommendation 5A in the master plan states specifically, and this was in the County Council resolution, to ensure that there is sufficient transportation capacity to serve existing and future travel demand in the Clarksburg to Montgomery Village corridor. A comprehensive study of travel needs should be conducted to determine whether there is sufficient master planned transportation capacity to accommodate planned development, as well as the feasibility and timeline of implementing planned and existing master planned transportation improvements. So that is the charge that we've been given, and that we used in developing the scope of work that we submitted. So I'll start with talking about the study area. And again, this was largely defined based on previous work done by Montgomery County DOT with their 2017 Mid-County Corridor Supplemental Report, and pretty much covers the area shown all the way from essentially Shady Grove Road and Maryland 200, the ICC, all the way up to and through Germantown and Clarksburg. You can see the boundaries of the current master plans, the Clarksburg one, which is now approved, and the Germantown one that is now undergoing review. And I think that those are some tremendous building blocks. I think one of the things about a study is that it really focuses more on implementation. And every time we do a master plan, we end up having a list of things we want to build. And so this study is going to likely take from each of those and identify what are the things that we could build quickly, medium term and long term. In addition, the study area has a very long extension along I-270. And the importance of that is that a lot of the congestion that is experienced today is due to the I-270 corridor. So we have to look at essentially freeway operations and the delays that occur today and how they're likely to increase into the future in order to understand how potential solutions on the county roadway network can be developed. The graphic also shows more than 25 little red dots, which are intersections where we will be doing traffic counts and doing traffic evaluation. Some of them, actually, I think we've already collected as part of the Germantown study. And another thing that I'll talk about a little bit later, SHA has been doing a pedestrian safety action project, essentially along the Mid-County corridor. So they have proposed improvements that will likely come to mandatory referral in the next couple months, which are, I would say also additive improvements that we'll hopefully see within, the next 5 years or so.
Before you move from here, I'm very confused about the boundary of the study area.
Oh, sure.
Could you, with your cursor, show where is it and what is excluded and why is it excluded, if any?
Okay, so,
Just
sure.
tell us,
So
especially on the north.
the area that's identified is the area that's dashed, which doesn't duplicate the master plan areas that have already been studied. And my cursor is wavering. It then comes down to here, where there's a very small little peninsula that goes up along the I-270 corridor, all the way up to essentially north of Maryland 121 in Clarksburg.
Why are you excluding the areas that has already been studied? I thought it was important to look at everything, overall rather than piecemeal. And that's why I think this is so important that the study area includes the Clarksburg Gateway and Germantown sector plan, because right now it looks like that Germantown sector plan has been cut in half and is not included, even though those areas that have been studied should be part of this overall study area to see how these things are working together.
So I think the intention is that the master plan recommendations from both of those areas are what we're assuming will be built in the future. And only in the event that we find that one of our project recommendations changes that future, would we come back and make a change. So most of our focus in developing improvements will be not to redo those master plans, but to build on them.
No, I agree with you. I'm not asking you to redo it, but I think it is important that they be part of the study area to see the impact of those recommended by the sector plan, how it's going to impact the rest of the study area. And you don't need to study it. You just say that these are how they're going to be impacting it. It just doesn't make sense that we exclude them, because the way that if someone that doesn't understand what you're doing, like me, that I was thinking, oh, okay, you exclude any kind of transportation study that we have done. That's how it looks like to me.
For the record, David Ansbacher, Chief of the Transportation Planning Division. I think what we're trying to do here is to completely exclude the two sector plans as they have undergone thorough, comprehensive evaluations of both transportation and land use recently, right? The Clarksburg Gateway Plan is scheduled, anticipated to be approved next week. The Germantown Sector Plan will be approved presumably sometime later this year, I believe. I don't have that exact schedule. We're trying to avoid these areas because we're trying to avoid confusion with the processes that will have just completed or are still ongoing, and instead taking the council's policy direction from those plans and using them as inputs to this study. That's the idea.
Well, what about 270? Looks like that a portion of the 270 is being excluded and another portion of 270 is included.
So the bottom section is fully within the study area down here.
Yeah.
And then when you get up to this point, the sliver on both sides of 270, all the way up to Maryland 121 in Clarksburg,
is excluded.
that's part of the study area.
We are including 270 because it was not comprehensively studied as part of the Clarksburg Gateway Sector Plan.
It's very difficult to, I think that the easiest thing is that on the north, connect it and say everything is included, but we are not going to include any of the transportation studies that has been done in those sector plans in this study, because we are assuming that those are part of the master plan and are already part of the overall transportation.
Can I ask a clarifying question?
Yeah,
I think, and let me know if this is maybe getting at the core of your concern. Is it the case that because certain areas are excluded, that what you're proposing to do from a modeling standpoint will not take into account transportation conditions in the excluded areas? Is that the source of your concern, that we're not taking into account transportation volumes and conditions in the excluded areas?
it seems like that we are not doing that, but I know that you are doing that. But when I look at it, it says that we are not doing it, it's excluding it. That's how my brain reads it. I'm sorry.
Okay, we can clarify. Yes, the tools that we will use to conduct our analysis are region-wide tools. They will include all of the areas outside of the dashed study area boundary, just like they would for any master plan. So we will incorporate land use, transportation recommendations throughout Montgomery County, frankly, throughout the region. They will reflect what's been approved in master plans. The analysis and the specific recommendations will focus on the areas within the dashed line.
So just to confirm again, for example, the output of your models from the Clarksburg and the Germantown analyses, at certain intersections, you probably would say you were going to get this much traffic and this much, I don't know, whatever. That data point will inform the other pieces of the study, right? So you're not analyzing what's in the anymore, because you already did it, but the data you got from that will be inputs to the rest of the older pieces. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, that is correct, and I think one of the steps that we do within the areas where we feel like we need new transportation information is we go out and do traffic counts, and certainly the model already includes a lot of modeling, but also some actual traffic counts that were conducted for both of those master plans. We're not going to redo those. We also have the recent counts that were done by SHA. We're going to use those. And in other places, that's where we'll focus our data collection to really help us understand, what is the most current transportation conditions, so we can then calibrate the model to run the whole network and look at the flows. This is the first time that we're actually going to look at what's the impact from the top of the quarter to the bottom of the quarter. It's not just one little master plan.
So as a specific example, for example, there are folks that live in Frederick that may use Maryland 355 to get to jobs in Rockville. Those trips are part of the regional travel demand model and will be considered and included in the analysis that we do. It's just that the focus, the evaluation, the recommendations that we come up with will be within this dashed area.
Okay.
I am good. I just want to make sure that whoever look at this map understands the same thing, because I didn't when I was looking at it yesterday. I said, why are they taking those off?
And this is good feedback. During engagement with the public, we can make sure to explain this. Yep.
All right, so the scope of work provided in the staff report proposes a two-part work effort. Very happy for this study, and this was really at the direction of the council, is that this effort is jointly going to be led by Montgomery Planning and Montgomery County DOT. The great thing about this is that Andrew Bossing and Andrew is sitting back there, he and I worked together on the Complete Streets Design Guide, so we'll get to work together on this as well. And I think you'll find that, both agencies definitely share common goals, especially around building safe, effective transportation networks. All right, so next, I'll go through part one, this is the part that would be led by Montgomery County with support from DOT. This is probably the bulk of the project, but it will include some initial sort of limited one-on-one engagement that I will personally do with some of the same outreach that we conducted as part of the master plan highways and transitways, whether it's CACs or regional bodies and interest groups. We will continue that. One of the things about this study is that it's a data-driven study, so we have to collect a lot of data, and we're waiting. Then we have to do analysis, and then people are waiting and wondering. So we want to make sure that we can engage with people early so that they know what to expect, when it's coming, and then we can present them information and then go forward from there. So as part of this, we'll collect traffic data. We will be looking definitely at safety data. There are many roads within this study area that are on the county's high injury network, which likely contributes to some of the congestions that's experienced today. So we will look at those locations and see how that factors into not just assessment of transportation conditions, but the development of solutions. We will look at our current transportation adequacy metrics that we use for the master plans, just exactly the same, to see how they apply to this entire corridor. Are we encouraging people to shift mode? Are we reducing travel time? What things are changing? We then will do a very traditional peak hour capacity analyses at all the intersections where we do traffic counts. So we'll have all of that, and certainly we hope that all of this will be a pretty balanced multimodal analysis. It seems like the traffic stuff always takes a lot more work to get to, but the intention is that this is supposed to be a balanced transportation evaluation effort. We will then move towards the development and evaluation of potential alternative infrastructure to address the documented deficiencies. And what I will say is that when we reach this stage where we actually have some results, this is when we would have our first public workshop. So that's why I'm saying it. I started off by saying I want to talk to the small groups first and get people primed and ready so that everyone knows when this is coming. It's not going to be a surprise. It's likely to occur sometime in the summer or late summer, towards September. And at the conclusion of this, we'll have, we'll definitely be in the point where we're starting to develop potential solutions. Part two, this is much shorter, and this is going to take place during the fall. Montgomery County DOT will lead the effort to conduct cost estimates, assess feasibility, and prepare a timeline assessment for something on the order of about 35 projects to be determined. We have identified projects that are currently in our master plan, that are currently in the pipeline. And it's likely that some of those, or many of them, may actually be on that list. I think the key about the timeline assessment is that we heard frequently, early and often, that too much effort was being spent on long-range solutions and not enough was being spent on more immediate congestion relief. So, we got that message loud and clear. What can we do in the short term to make commuting easier to deal with?
Can I ask, or can I make a couple of, I don't know if this is an area where we have some ability to do input, but if yes, it would be great to maybe add a couple of things to the second bullet point. And I'm thinking primarily of consistency with current county policy. There are many master plans, projects, facilities put in there years ago, maybe decades ago at this stage, which by today's standards and policies we wouldn't want to do or are not consistent. So I think that's a helpful add-on there. And the second thing I'd add there is some evaluation of climate impact. I mean, the two are related with consistency with county policy and climate impact, but I think we really need to elevate that from, particularly from a greenhouse gas perspective, and whether or not we feel like this mitigates or worsens the climate impact of these projects.
And I have a question about, I don't know exactly what you mean with timeline assessment, but if that is that you make all of these recommendations and alternatives, and hopefully, I don't know if at the end of this you pick the best solution that it would work. Because this area has a lot of issues. We have heard it. And by the way, thank you that eventually this study is coming. I have been pushing for that. The thing is that we're going to make all of these recommendations, okay? And it comes that right now there is a big problem, okay? We have people that they are congested, there is not enough transit or whatever. So there are some solutions for the current situation to relieve this situation. And then gradually, when more development comes in and more of those recommended master plan or sector plan that we have, it comes in line, it may relieve, it may not, but we are hoping that it relieves the thing. But I think it is important that every 4 or 5 years, we go back and assess and see that how are we doing? What has come online? What is more traffic? And how much it has resolved? And is it our solution? Is any of them is in place to provide some relief, okay? And then provide some really low-hanging fruit to eliminate some of the current issues that we are hearing about that people have. And those issues that, with the help of DOT, I know that it's going to all go back on the shoulder of DOT and CIP, but we could help and advocate for those projects to get funding and provide urgency to build them, because there is something that we do a master plan and we recommend solutions, and they are all within the next 20, 30 years, and some may come to happen, and some takes a long time to happen. So we don't see the immediate, even though in the short term, we don't see any relief. So it is important that we have some kind of guidance and guidelines that how we could get those short-term relief for existing, and when other development or improvement are happening, how it's going to impact them. We don't wait for another sector plan or another master plan to happen.
Great points. I think that the need for addressing congestion immediately or as immediately as possible is extremely important. And so as we go through and look at solutions, we'll try to look at ways to fast track things. And I mean, one example I'll use of a project that actually has been fast tracked, and I'm not sure the success of it, but the Maryland 355 BRT project, once the studies were done from that, Ride-On implemented a flash service. And they did the same thing on the 29 corridor to start building that momentum. Whether it's been certainly it's not full BRT. How has that been doing? Maybe that's something we need to evaluate. Do they need to decrease the number of stops or increase the frequency? Are there things that need to be done on existing services? That's part of what we will be looking at. And in addition, I'll say that the 2017 study that DOT conducted had a planned recommendation to replace Mid-County Highway, which was the BRT plus a lot of intersection and small capacity improvements along Maryland 355. Many of those still could end up in our recommendations. Now, potentially, we could have others as well. but
Thank you. Yeah.
All right, so the anticipated schedule, this is a pretty quick study. It's a one-year timeline, starting in, I say spring because it's almost spring. Today it feels like spring, sort of. We'll get this back to the planning board within a year. You know, the public meetings that identified here, fall of 26, I'm assuming that's going to be September. And then the second meeting is probably going to be, it's difficult to schedule, probably December, early December, as early as we can make it. It becomes hard to schedule meetings in November and December, but you know, I think that's probably the best time to do it. And then wrapping it up with the planning board, and ultimately it doesn't have it on the schedule, but you know, certainly we have to go back to council, and you know, through the T&E committee, and then with the full council. And so a lot of work to do in a pretty short time. And I would say we're almost ready to go. Once we get approval or finalize or, you know, modifications on the scope, we will have a website up and running pretty quickly. And we will start our initial informal outreach, you know, probably next week. All right. So that's my presentation, and what I would like to do now is really talk about there's some testimony that was received by email. I think we received 4 letters. 2 of the letters were submitted by folks who are actually going to be presenting, testifying today verbally. So I won't go through that too much, but I wanted for the other 2 folks who submitted letters, I just wanted to focus on a couple of things that they very clearly identified. The first one was there's definitely a desire to focus on transit-oriented solutions and intersections, not building new roads, as roads can degrade the environment. You know, a lot of mention of environmental quality and climate action and our climate action plan and things of that nature. Really trying to take all of our, you know, all of our planning tools, including Thrive and et cetera, into account as we look at the solutions. The other comment was to retain the vision of Clarksburg as a transit hub with more connections to places like Lake Forest Mall and even, you know, just looking at things like circulator buses to connect schools and the colleges and et cetera. With that, I'll turn it back to you, Mr. Chair. We do have some speakers signed up for today.
Thank you for your presentation. Looking forward to the work. I'm also excited about this joint effort between the Planning Department and MCDOT. I'm really looking forward to it. So we have 3 in-person speakers and 2 virtual. So I'll have the in-person speakers come up. It's Margaret Shope, Tame, Diane Cameron is an individual, and Benjamin Ross is an individual. Welcome and come on up. We'll start with Ms. Shope. You have 6 minutes to speak on behalf of Tame. Thank you.
I'm on, okay.
You're on.
Good afternoon. I'll be speaking for Tame Coalition, Transit Alternatives to Mid-County Highway Extended. And I want to thank the staff and the board for beginning this study, this transportation study. Some of what I'm going to say have been addressed here, but I didn't know it, so I'm just going to go ahead and share it. Despite the decades of policy mandates calling for transit first, the Up-County remains underserved and needs your attention for more transit alternatives to operate on existing roads. The upcoming Clarksburg Gateway Sector Plan mentions BRT to be in operation, but only after 2 roadways are built, Observation Drive extended and the 2 bus connectors. That's not going to happen for at least 10 years. We ask that that this transportation study in the corridor of Clarksburg to Montgomery Village focus on 4 relevant transit alternatives for the Up-County in particular. To prioritize the expanded and improved ride-on bus service on state highways in the Up-County, making transit alternatives its top priority over building new roads, as was mentioned on the slide. One expansion can be extending the Ride-on Express Route 101, which already exists, but take it on up from the Lake Forest Transfer Station all the way up to Clarksburg. We know this costs money, but we are hoping, but so do roads, and we're hoping that this can be a priority. Also, the thought to consider strongly is the planned MARC train midday service, which CSX has already agreed to, but the state has not funded. And in doing that, we ask that you study how to accelerate full funding of the station parking lots in Germantown and in Boyd's. These are on master planned improvements, but they're waiting to be funded and built, just like some of these roads are waiting to be funded and built. We also ask that you combine transit choices for pedestrians and cyclists, mostly for their safety, getting to bus stops. And as you know, many of these bus stops in areas that we're talking in Up-County either rarely exist or do not have a security around them. They're too close to the border or to the road, or it's just not as safe. The last one is the transportation study needs to note 3 recent decisions made, and I'm glad to see on the slide of the planning staff the removal of M83, which has caused this study to happen, and we are grateful that this study is now happening. But also add to that the decision that was made that ride-on buses are free for everyone. And according to surveys, 20% ridership surged in 2024. Also, the decision to have permanent dedicated capital funds through WMATA, and they reported a ridership growth of 10% in 2024. To my knowledge, all Montgomery County master plans, as well as the council-voted legislation, have required that transit be prioritized first over building new highway construction. This priority was written up as far back as Clarksburg Master Plan in 1994, the Climate Action Plan in 2021, and it states in Thrive Montgomery that transit is the first priority and new highway construction is the last priority. Those are the words in that plan. Immediate transit alternatives are absent from the recommended scope of work before I saw it today, so I'm glad to see that some of it's going to be in that study. Transit alternatives have not been prioritized. They really have been missing. We respectfully ask for transit alternatives to be planned as the priority mode of transportation travel for this study, in accordance with those master plans and the council-voted legislation. And I thank you for your time.
And thank you for your time in coming out today. Next is Diane Cameron.
Good afternoon. When the planning board and county council voted last year to remove M83 Highway Northern section from the master plan, that was a milestone event, enabling us to focus on transit networks for the up-county. The question before us right now is, will we now focus on transit, or will we focus on expanding the up-county highway system? This week, the council made climate preparedness for flooding and extreme heat events eligible for green bank monies. But expanding the up-county highway system expands pavement, which intensifies flooding and heat waves and encourages more driving that emits more carbon. So I have presented to you on screen a contrast between the two different approaches to up-county transportation. On the one hand, highway expansion, which is what we primarily see when we look at the draft scope of work in front of us, compared to what we call the transit-first approach. The draft of scope of work omits two transit systems already serving the up-county, ride-on buses and MARC trains. Both of these transit systems can be expanded to serve many more people, and both of them have expansion plans. Ride-on and MARC are able to expand to serve many more people who live in Clarksburg, Germantown, and the up-county. So we ask that you analyze these two separate approaches and then share with the public the answers to the following 5 questions. Number 1, who does each program primarily serve? And drill down to the subgroups of the population that the highway expansion serves compared to the transit-first approach. Number 2, how does each program make transportation more convenient, faster, and accessible for each subgroup, including, in particular, low-income people, youth, elders, and people with disabilities? Number 3, when will each program's elements be in service? Number 4, how much does each program cost? And we're very interested in unit costs, which, for example, could be expressed as dollars per passenger mile, and compare the unit costs and also compare who bears those costs. And number 5, how and to what extent does each of these two different approaches meet the major master plan commitments and racial equity and social justice commitments, as Margaret Shope already noted? Thank you very much.
Thank you for presenting. Next is Benjamin Ross.
Good afternoon. I'm Ben Ross. I'm speaking today as an individual. My basic point today is that the travel demand modeling should be removed from the study. I simply don't believe that the model will produce much information that's useful for the goals of this study. Instead, the study should develop a menu of interventions, which I think it does plan to do, and it should analyze them in terms of 2 scenarios about overall travel volume. Okay, why isn't travel demand useful for this study? First, it won't be able to, it just can't, in this situation, forecast switches between auto and transit modes. And in my testimony, in my written testimony, which is pretty technical, I give 5 reasons for that. And second, the analysis of road traffic is based on fairly large zones, and it doesn't have enough detail to look at the localized road projects that are on the menu for this area. Instead, I think the study should look at 2 scenarios. One scenario, which I think is the right or the best one, is constant congestion regardless of any capacity added or removed from the roadways. The second scenario would be traffic volumes growing at a constant rate, irrespective of how congested the roads are. Now, the truth is obviously somewhere in between these two. I think it's much closer to the first scenario, but we know that opinions about that differ. Now, taking that approach, well, and let me add that there have been other studies around the country of major infrastructure improvements that have gone to this sort of assumed traffic volume, such as I-35 in Austin, Texas, and some projects in Florida. So obviously, doing that would free up considerable study resources. And the possible interventions should focus not just on major capital or even minor capital, but a lot of what the up-county needs is small-scale infrastructure or not infrastructure at all, such as more frequent ride-on buses systematically, sidewalks, lane removals or lane repurposings, and crosswalk marking. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Ross. We'll go on to our teams, our virtual presentations. First is Bill Pugh with the Coalition for Smarter Growth, and then ending with Shanika Whitehurst with ACT.
Hello, good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Please start.
Great. Hello, my name is Bill Pugh. I'm the Transportation and Climate Director for the Coalition for Smarter Growth, and I appreciate the opportunity to speak today. We are glad that the county is looking at up-county transportation needs and re-looking at solutions there. I have a few recommendations for the study that I'll share with you. Some of these have been shared before today, so I'll briefly cover those. One is to use the right metrics in the study. The scope of work calls for examining transportation capacity. We think the intention here, and it states this is really to assess resident needs, travel needs. Capacity is an outdated metric. And if you look at the Thrive 2050 transportation chapter, it has 12 different sample metrics, only one of which really addresses capacity. So the importance here is to look at resident and worker accessibility to destinations, mobility choices, safety, other needs. Capacity is really just addressing one side aspect of that. And the second point is to account for induced demand. We know that the models do not capture all of the induced traffic that capacity, especially roadway increases in capacity, generate. Well-established academic research shows that a 10% increase in roadway capacity will lead to a 10% increase in traffic volumes over time. This is also reflected in Thrive 2050. So qualitatively, as the team interprets and reports the data and describes how this relates to potential solutions, we ask that they educate stakeholders on induced traffic and how that relates to both roadway capacity and to land use changes. Third point is to make sure the study accurately accounts for the new normal of travel patterns. Glad to see that there'll be new traffic counts conducted. One important point with the model is that COG's travel demand model, at least recently used in its long-range plan, used pre-pandemic rates of telework and trip generation. We know from last year's State of the Commute survey that currently 38% of workers telework 2 or more days per week. Before the pandemic, that only 12% did. So as the study looks at future forecasts for travel to make sure that those reflect the new normal of travel demand and commuting. This is also reflected in how we use retail centers. We know a lot of trips that used to go to retail centers are now done by home delivery, so those trip patterns have also changed. And this point has been, oh, sorry, and something related to that is that, you know, the peak of the peak is even more sharply peaked now in terms of it's Mondays and Fridays compared to pre-pandemic travel patterns are much reduced in terms of peak volume. So when the study is communicating results, to be sure to and communicate clearly for peak conditions what day of the week that is. We don't want to make decisions for the 24 hours, 7 days a week based on the 1 or 2 peak hours of the week. And then just want to make sure that the study looks at operational, demand management, and land use solutions. We've heard today about also looking at interim solutions, but I also want to put a plug in for land use solutions. This includes connectivity. Even making one small local street connection can provide relief to an arterial. So I hope that the study can look at long-term solutions to fix land use and even some targeted areas where street connectivity, local streets can relieve some of the demand on the arterials. And again, with the consideration of interim improvements, I was glad to hear both staff and the speakers express desire to look at those. There's probably billions of dollars in capital improvements in the list and the scope. We know that there are also interim improvements that can be done and looked at that we hope can provide the fixes needed where there are problems. And again, I thank you for the time to speak and the direction that the county is going. If you look at the decision and the widespread support of residents to remove M83, as well as the adopted policies in Thrive 2050 and the Climate Action Plan, show the direction that residents want to go forward with transportation in the county. So I hope you will consider those broad pictures in this study as well. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Pugh. Next is Shanika Whitehurst.
Hello, good afternoon, everyone.
Thank you.
My name is Shanika Whitehurst. I will be starting.
Can you speak up?
Oh,
Can you
sorry.
speak up, Ms.
Good
Whitehurst?
afternoon. I'll be, yes, can you hear me better now?
A little better, a little louder if you can, and we'll
Can you
see if
hear
we
me?
can pump it up here too. Okay, so you can start
Okay,
now.
no worries. So my name is Shanika Whitehurst. Thank you all for giving me a chance to provide comments on behalf of the Action Committee for Transit on the proposed scope of work for Clarksburg to Montgomery Village. We still remain concerned that the scope does not reflect the transit first approach, as you've heard the other speakers this afternoon point out. It also does not, despite the clear direction from the general plan and the climate action plan, prioritize transit investment over roadway expansion. This misalignment is particularly notable given the existing transit assets and planned investments in this corridor that warrant primary consideration. First, there seems to be a misalignment with some of the county priorities, as I just pointed out. We should be emphasizing a reduction in vehicle miles and highway construction and traffic, but yet that still seems to come first place versus affordable, reliable transit options. Also, the proposed work right now provides a failure to fully leveraging existing transit infrastructure and investments, as you've heard other speakers this afternoon speak to the MARC train service, which provides the regional connectivity and has a potential for expanded frequency and improved station access. Next, we have existing ride-on, the ride-on and Metrobus services. The apply goes out to the board and the county for making ride-on free for all, which helps with making transit more equitable for certain populations within the county. But it also is here now. There is an emphasis in the proposed work for the future bus rapid transit system that would be coming on board. One argument, though, is why not use existing funds that you have now to increase frequency, to increase reliability, and create priority treatments that could significantly improve the mobility of folks up county right now, as opposed to just waiting for the BRT to be both built, constructed, and operable. From an equity and accessibility perspective, of course, transit provides, ensures those investments and benefits those residents that rely on it. Enhancing MARC access, for one, can definitely provide that connectivity to down county access with services. Also, transportation as you would to work. That seems like the only way to get there now is to use it by vehicle. And we know that this particular hub is a highly congested hub for vehicular traffic as it stands now. Also, when we talk about the use of strategic use, there could be a strategic use of public funds. You could use the funds, as I spoke briefly before, set aside for BRT, and show how those funds can be deployed alongside other transit improvements to maximize these benefits. Investments that increase transit frequency and reliability often deliver high person throughput and better long-term value than roadway expansion projects that require ongoing maintenance and fail to resolve congestion sustainability. We know that expanding roadway capacity is a well-documented way to induce additional travel demand, leading to higher emissions and undermining the county's climate goals. We recommend that you establish the transit as a primary framework for this analysis, that you evaluate enhancements to the MARC service, including frequency and station access improvement. You prioritize bus frequency, reliability, and priority treatments. And you include bus rapid transit as one of several transit options, not the only option. And in conclusion, we think we're happy that M83 was removed from the master plan. There are other things to come. In regards to, from one technical person to other technical people on your staff, flawed data in very rarely equates to non-flawed outcomes on the other side. So let's start with the correct data. I'm glad that there's going to be some updates and counts and such, but let's start with the correct data in so that we can see better outcomes on the other side. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your testimony, and thank all of you who came out today or presented online. So I'm really excited about this plan coming up. I look forward to about a year from now when it's presented, and it's going to have valuable input in how we move forward. Look forward to the recommendations that we can discuss then. So if any other questions or comments from the board before we go to our next item. Okay.
I don't have too many questions myself, but I was wondering if staff would like to respond to any of the testimony we've heard. I know we just heard a lot of things, but maybe we could, there are a few things that stood out to me, questions about model use, appropriateness of the model, and alternative assumptions we can make. As a starting point, there are questions around, what's the sort of scope of the projects that we can study, I guess, because the scope right now specifically points to master plans. Whether they're funded or non-funded, but master planned, if there's an opportunity to kind of expand that. a little bit or a lot. And also how we're thinking about kind of the evaluation metrics and the relative priority that we're putting, and I know that the question about evaluation, that's probably still to come about, how we'll sort of frame that up, but any current thinking you have and any reactions to what we've heard.
So I'll kick it off, but I think the team will jump in. So the scope of the study to start in terms of what will be evaluated. For example, there's a number of transportation improvements that are recommended in our master plans. I think that's the baseline. That's where we'll start. That's going to include both recommendations to improve transit service, but as I think most people in the audience are aware, the Clarksburg Gateway Sector Plan is about to be approved. It'll be approved, we anticipate, next week. That is reaffirming Observation Drive Extended as a council priority, as a project. And so Observation Drive will also be a part of the baseline. From there, we'll look at different improvements. Yes, policies in the county have changed. We will take those into account. Thrive does have a priority for transit. We understand that. We value that. And so we also have we'll be looking at transit improvements. In terms of the model, I think there's a lot of hesitancy about the use of the travel demand forecasting model. I think we heard that from a couple of folks that testified, and frankly, that's good. I think we know travel demand models do provide some useful information, but they can't do everything. They do have a lot of drawbacks, but they're a tool. And I think we have to be mindful when we use that tool that they're good at doing some things, and there's other things that they're not good at doing. And so we have to use them appropriately. One thing that they are good at doing is providing comparisons among alternatives. Something that maybe they're not as good at doing is providing definitive results about how an intersection is going to perform 30 years in the future. So scenarios are good, definitive results not so much. But I can turn it over to Richard, who heads our travel demand forecasting team.
Yeah, hi, thanks, Dave. Richard Brockmeyer, for the record, the Transportation Division. I'm the acting manager over our monitoring and forecasting team. So yeah, I think Dave covered a lot of what I'd want to point out. I would note that we do have a modified version of the COG model that we'd be using, the Travel 4 model that's used for Montgomery County. It includes the entire region, but it does have a more refined TAS input data set and land use data set. So the large zones, we've tried to address that by having more refined zones. Also, I would note that we're not looking at one corridor. We're looking at the area, and so there's, developing an alternative to using the model for some of the work that we would need to do and understanding travel behavior, travel demand, especially forecasting that out, would be really labor and time intensive to develop for such a large area. And we did recently do a calibration update to the model. Now, it is calibrated to 2018, so it does predate the pandemic. But again, as Dave said, I think we're coming into this acknowledging, the weaknesses of using the travel demand model, but it is a tool and it does provide useful information. I always have the mantra of all models are wrong, but some are useful, and I think that's the sort of approach that we'd take. And then I also just want to note that, yes, we're using the model to understand automobile trips, but consistent with our sector plans and master plans, there are metrics that we use the travel demand model for all of our sector plans. So we're looking at job accessibility with transit and auto, travel time for transit and auto, VMT per capita, and non-auto driver mode share. So Alex, I don't know if you want to add to that.
Yeah, thank you. For the record, Alex Rixey, supervisor for the multimodal transportation planning team. I would just add thank you for the note about the model was calibrated to 2018 conditions, but as we've noted, we're collecting new counts that will provide a more accurate snapshot of behavior today. And so as Dave was mentioning, although the model is good at relative comparisons, it's not so great at an absolute one precise answer far into the future. And so the way we'll likely use that model is as a relative comparison among the scenarios, and then we'll anchor that to the observed counts that we're taking so that we can reflect some of those changes that have been experienced since 2018.
And for the record, Sophia Aldrich, what I'll just add is that It's not lost on people who commute from Germantown. The parking lot at the MARC station used to be full, and it's not as full anymore. And part of that is because of the pandemic and post-pandemic and different work patterns. And certainly all of those things we will have to consider, but that is existing capacity that is available. And we just have to figure out how to make more effective use of that, providing supporting services.
Yeah, I appreciate all those comments about the opportunities and limitations, the things that we feel like we may need to do as part of this process, and per county direction, using models for this particular model for the master plan. But I'm really interested in continuing to explore the question about, for the things we know the model is not good at, what information can we collect? How do we evaluate the relative performance of things that we've heard today, like non-infrastructure projects, like more service, more frequency, things that we know per other empirical observations or just anecdotally, but we can see trends in other areas that have increased service, what the result is. And so how do we incorporate lessons learned about service, maximizing capacity that's underutilized, particularly with regard to transit and non-auto modes, things that models like this are just not particularly good at. And at the kind of, after taking that all in, how are we going to evaluate, how are we going to take all those inputs and weigh them appropriately relative to the project list, which the project list is still heavily skewed toward roadway projects. That's, as you mentioned, the baseline. So that feels like a real challenge. But I know that you all will be really thoughtful about how we go about doing this. I just want to make sure that we, at the end of the day, we get recommendations about things that we've heard today, things that are consistent with current policy and priorities, things that actually provide benefits for accessibility, and beyond just kind of like point A to point B, and lots of other things as well, safety, racial justice, and racial equity and social justice, and climate impacts and everything else. So that it feels like there's a lot of opportunity for us to kind of use our best judgment with that beyond what the direction given to us from council is. So I'm just hopeful that we can apply that well in this study and reach projects that we think are both good, useful, and appropriate to the current context.
So can I just, one recommendation is like staff and our staff and CDOT, maybe taking all this in, as you go down the line, is there like a check-in point or something you could just say, we've looked at all this and maybe this scope may change a little bit, or but after you've absorbed it all, how would you, so that we don't come 8 months from now, and what do you think would be a good thing to do?
Yeah, absolutely. We have a check-in plan.
Okay, thank you. So is that good with you, Vice Chair Linden? Okay, so great. This is wonderful. Thank you, Vice Chair Linden, and everyone else for your comments. Did you have? I'm sorry.
I would just nothing really major. Just as I really support the comments of Commissioner Linden on focusing on transit options, particularly in Up County, and I think that there is a lot of good. I appreciate dropping in the old econometric adage of there's all models are wrong and some are useful. That takes me back to grad school. I appreciate that. But like I think that's true in the sense that we have an option of being able to look at a variety of different things, and one of the important ones I think to focus on here is the non-auto mode share options that we have for Up County. So I do just want to support the comments of Commissioner Linden and a bunch of the folks that testified today about making sure we focus and take a good hard look at all those options. Thanks.
I just want to add something else. I hear we talking that having the transit number one, but that shouldn't be the only focus. We should look at the grids. If there are grids that could provide some kind of relief, it has to be used to give us some other, relief from the traffic. I'm not talking about a major highway or something, but if there are areas that create connectivity and create some relief for people, not to go to major artery or major highway, if they have a short distance to get some work done, that should be looked at. I think all the options should be on the table with the focus on transit and see which one works better. We are planning to bring not only promises, hopefully we're going to bring real solutions that could work for the people in the northern county. It has been a long time overdue, and they need a real solution to come here. So I say yes, focus should be on transit, but every other option should be on the table and see that which one works best for people to provide some relief in transportation.
Yeah, well, that, all great, and I think that that's, what I heard is that everything's on the table. We're looking at balanced approaches in interim as well as more final solutions. So thank you so much. We look forward to you coming back with your thoughts on what we said, and then you moving forward with the project. I appreciate your hard work. I appreciate your hard work to come, and thank you for coming out. So we're going to take a 2-minute break and move on with our next item, item number 8. Oh, and we need to take a vote to move forward with the, I don't want to not do that, okay, to be official here. So do I have a motion to approval with modifications requested by the planning board?
Absolutely. I'll move to approve with the modifications we discussed today.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. The ayes have it. Thank you so much. And we're going to take a 2-minute break and then come back with item number 8, University Boulevard Corridor Plan Sectional Map Amendment. Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. We're on item number 8, University Boulevard Corridor Plan Sectional Map Amendment, where staff is recommending approval of the sectional map amendment and transmitting it to the county council. So, good afternoon. This afternoon, we have Zubin Adrian-Bala presenting this item. Thank you so much, culminating all your teams, all your hard work, so thank you.
Yes, nearly at the finish line.
Yeah.
Good afternoon again, Chair, Commissioners. For the record, Zubin Adrian-Wala. I'm here today to request approval to file Sectional Map Amendment 161. The amendment will carry out the zoning recommendations set forth in the University Boulevard Corridor Plan, which has already been reviewed and adopted by both the County Council as well as the full Commission. The purpose of this step is to request the Council to officially assign the zoning designations that were approved in the adopted plan. So, as a reminder, if you have forgotten the last 3 years, the plan covers approximately 3.5 miles of the University Boulevard, East and West between the Capitol Beltway and Amherst Avenue. At the edge of the Wheaton Central Business District. The Planning Board reviewed the plan earlier in 2025 and transmitted to the County Council. Subsequently, the County Council approved the plan in December 2025 with some changes to the plan boundaries and the zoning. The most significant change was that Kemp Mill Shopping Center, the Kemp Mill Urban Park, and the Yeshiva of Greater Washington properties were removed from the plan area. So what you see in front of you is the revised boundary from County Council. The County Council suggested that properties directly next to the corridor and not entire blocks should be rezoned to the CRN zoning, and that building heights there should be limited. For commercial areas with CRT zoning, the council decided to make them less intense, in some cases by lowering the allowed building heights or lowering the FAR or the floor area ratio. The council also approved an overlay zone which set rules for how buildings are placed, how they transition to neighborhoods, how much open space is required, and how the corridor should look overall. This is to make sure that the new development supports bus rapid transit and fits in with the nearby neighborhoods. So in short, they addressed CRT and CRN zoning along the corridor, reduced building intensity in several areas, and decided not to include the Kemp Mill Shopping Center and the adjacent areas. So a quick summary here, this slide will show that the council suggested rezoning around 158 acres in the current master plan area, while keeping around 501 acres as they are, so retaining the existing zoning. Details of this, of course, can be found in the attached document, in the sectional map amendment document. And then this is the map that shows the overlay zone called the University Boulevard Overlay Zone. On the slide, the properties within the overlay zone are shown in yellow. The overlay zone only applies to properties that are zoned CR, CRT, and CRN. And then finally, we have a slide here which highlights the residential properties along the corridor that were rezoned to CRN after the council's decision. As you can see, these properties that are outlined in blue, the new zoning is much more closely aligned with the properties that abut the University Boulevard corridor, and in a narrow instance, the Colesville corridor here. So with that brief presentation, staff is asking your approval to submit and recommend the approval of the sectional map amendment H161 to Montgomery County Council. And the amendment would basically put the zoning recommendations of the UBC plan into effect. Thank you.
Well, thank you again for you and your team's very hard work in getting to today, and I wholeheartedly approve the recommendations. Do we have any other questions or comments from the board members? Seeing none, do I have a motion to approve the sectional map amendment and transmit it to the county council?
Yeah, move to approve the sectional map amendment and transmit to the council.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. The ayes have it 5-0. Thank you so much, and we'll take just a quick 1-minute break while they switch over to item number 10, the Eastern Silver Spring Communities Plan. Thank you. Welcome back. We're on item number 10, the Eastern Silver Spring Communities Plan, Preliminary Plan Wide Recommendations Briefing, Part 3, where staff is recommending to provide feedback, the board's feedback to the preliminary recommendations. And again, we have Lauren Stamm this afternoon presenting this item, so thank you and welcome.
Hi again, everyone. We are back. We're excited to be back to talk to you this afternoon about the plan-wide recommendations. I'm Lauren Stamm, the project manager for the Eastern Silver Spring Communities Plan, and we're really excited today to have our full team here to talk about all of our plan-wide recommendations for this plan. Just to give you a short overview, first we're going to go through our urban design, historic resources, housing, and transportation recommendations. Then we thought we would sort of have a break for discussion since we have a lot of material to cover today. And then we will get into economic development and small businesses, environment, parks, trails, and community facilities. And then we will talk about next steps and have more opportunity for discussion.
Can I interject real quick here? Sorry, Artie, was something we were discussing earlier. So in my day job, I am the executive director of Rockville Housing Enterprises. We work very frequently with Montgomery Housing Partnership that has a lot of properties within the area. An abundance of caution of dealing with that. When we get to any specific things referencing MHP, I'll step out in the back. We don't have any relationship with any properties in the plan area, but I don't want to cut close to that. So I don't think we're getting into it to anything today, but if it comes up in the conversation, I just want that to be, I want to make sure everybody's aware of that.
Thank you. Thank you for bringing that to our attention. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And I'll look to our housing planner here, but I actually don't think we're getting into any specific recommendations.
Just make sure to put it on the record here before we get into that, which probably I think next time or the time after. Yeah, but thanks.
Excellent.
Sorry
Thank
to
you so
interrupt
much.
the flow.
And first, I'm going to pass it along to Tyler Milam, who is going to be talking about urban design.
Hello again. So the plan area includes numerous diverse neighborhoods with unique identities, a commercial center in Long Branch, and a robust network of public parkland. Most of this existing development was built between 1933 and 1963. Oh, sorry, Tyler Milam for the record. And most of this was designed for around automobiles. The residential neighborhoods, which primarily consist of single-family units with a great diversity in using unit types, as we talked about this morning, and some of the neighborhoods are separated by large auto-oriented roadways. Commercial destinations in Long Branch are also auto-oriented in design, featuring large surface parking lots that set buildings far back from the street. This auto-centric design interrupts pedestrian connectivity and diminishes opportunity for social interaction by prioritizing automobiles over other modes of transportation and public gathering spaces. Outside of the public parks, there are very few places for people to gather. While the Purple Line light rail will improve connections to destinations west and south of the plan area, it will also introduce an additional barrier for those walking, biking, and rolling through the plan area. Today, it is difficult for those without a car to travel east to west and safely access the important parks, retail destinations, and community facilities in the plan area. Throughout our public engagement, which we talked about also this morning, one of the desires that we heard about the most was a need for enhanced connectivity throughout the plan area. And connectivity in this regard has two primary components. One is physical connectivity, such as getting across busy roads and to nearby destinations with improved streetscapes that are both comfortable and safe. The second is social connectivity, where the many diverse communities can have more opportunities to come together and to celebrate their unique identities and foster stronger relationships with one another. The urban design vision for the plan brings these two components together to enhance connectivity through improved access to a lively public realm with a variety of entertainment and activity choices, well-designed buildings, and great public spaces. Together, this will help foster vibrant and well-connected communities. To promote this vision, the plan-wide urban design recommendations follow on the public realm and the building form. The public realm should be a pleasant and safe environment that connects residents to the neighborhood's main corridors and public open spaces. Along the main corridors, there should be high-quality streetscapes that improve the area for walking, biking, and rolling with active building frontages. Developments fronting onto onto the corridor should focus the tallest buildings along the street and transition in height and scale to the surrounding communities. This rendering illustrates what a potential infill development along and streetscape improvements could look like along University Boulevard, and we also talked about that transition in the zoning conversation this morning. The surrounding neighborhoods should provide an expanded diversity of housing types that maintain a house-like scale and appearance. Pedestrian facilities such as sidewalks should be included at key streets to integrate the neighborhood into a broader pedestrian network. This will enhance access to a hierarchy of public and privately owned public open spaces that is easily identifiable and accessible. Incorporating active uses within the open spaces and in the buildings fronting them will enhance social interaction and create a lively and welcoming atmosphere. Achieving this vision requires the right infrastructure as well, with properly designed streets that shape blocks and manage the relationship between pedestrian and vehicular movement. There should be a network of interconnected streets and trails that are accessible, inviting, shaded, and are safe for those walking, biking, and rolling. Breaking up larger sites into smaller blocks by creating new streets and active mid-block connections for pedestrians will support compact development and enhance the connectivity throughout the plan area. The prominence of large surface parking lots in the plan area also provides ample opportunity for improving public open spaces and the public realm by reducing surface parking, encouraging structured and shared parking in favor of street fronting development while locating parking facilities internally to the site and away from public view. This illustrative rendering shows one potential outcome where a street fronting surface parking lot is converted into a public plaza with landscaping, seating, and dining. And lastly, we'll talk about building form, where buildings and their designs have a direct effect on the public realm and the vitality of a community. To encourage a positive impact, buildings should be located close to and oriented towards the street, provide active ground floor uses, and an architectural design that is varied and pleasing to the eye. Providing variation in building types, massing, and scale provide diversity and visual interest as well as building stock, and that can be implemented through redevelopment or infill on underutilized sites such as large parking lots. This illustrative rendering shows how infill development can turn an existing surface parking lot into a safe and lively environment for social interaction and economic growth. The plan area has several large institutional sites, as we've already discussed, with opportunities to further this vision while enhancing their prominent roles in the community. Using these strategies provide a wider range of building types and housing types, entertainment venues, public open spaces, and generally provide for a more inclusive, equitable, and a sustainable community. And now I'm going to pass it to Kayla to talk about housing. Oh, no, I'm sorry.
Sorry, Serena, who's joining us to talk about historic resources.
I got my timing wrong. Sorry, everyone. Okay, so the plan area includes several historic sites which continue to be preserved and protected as a result of their designation on the Master Plan for Historic Preservation. However, while researching the plan area, we identified an Art Moderne house at 9013 Flower Avenue as a potential master plan historic site. So the home was owned by a prominent local doctor and activist, Margaret Snow. Staff is working with the owner, who has expressed interest in designation to research the property and prepare the nomination report. We plan to take this to the HPC in July of 2026. And we continue to educate and support owners of historic properties on our master plan and the National Register of Historic Places who are pursuing local, state, and federal tax credits, which can benefit them. And then the area is rich in modern history, so we plan to keep supporting local partners and gathering stories and research about the community to explore future interpretation of sites and people.
Hello, everyone. Kayla Prendergast, housing planner with the Design, Placemaking, and Policy Division for the record. So if you haven't heard yet, this area is really diverse, both in terms of its people and the housing stock. The plan area, as we mentioned this morning, includes a wide range of housing types, including single-family homes, townhouses, and many small and mid-sized multifamily buildings, including 2 to 6 to 8 to 10 buildings woven throughout neighborhoods. This diversity is a defining strength of the community and provides housing options that support a wide range of household types, incomes, and life stages. It's also an example of the types of communities with different types of housing envisioned in Thrive 2050. Housing in the plan area is generally more affordable relative to the rest of the county, helping many residents remain close to jobs, schools, transit, and their existing communities. At the same time, many households continue to face affordability challenges because incomes in this plan area are low, even though the rents are affordable compared to the rest of the county. Excuse me, they're still oftentimes out of reach for the families that live here. And because of this, the standard MPDU affordability levels around 65 to 70% AMI really don't meet the needs of most of the renters in the event of redevelopment. This results in families having less money left over for other needs such as healthcare, groceries, or education-related expenses. And as a result, families often share units in order to manage costs. And then nearly 2/3 of the county's troubled or at-risk rental properties are located in the plan area, primarily older, small multifamily buildings that play an important role in the local housing supply, but are vulnerable due to their age and deferred maintenance. This context, along with strong community input, which I'll talk about on the next slide, has directly shaped our housing recommendations that I'm going to share with you today. So like I said, community input really reinforced the challenges that we kind of highlighted in the data. Renters expressed major concerns about affordability, displacement, and poor housing conditions, including overcrowding and building maintenance issues like mold and pests. Homeowners shared mixed views about new housing types, some favoring more multifamily near transit, others more comfortable with smaller scale housing like duplexes or triplexes in their neighborhoods or along the corridor. Partners like CHEER and the Long Branch Housing Action Team emphasized how urgently vulnerable residents need support as the Purple Line nears completion and fears of displacement rise. We're partnering with the National Center for Smart Growth and the Purple Line Corridor Coalition throughout this process to get some research-based feedback on our recommendations. They're helping us assess neighborhood change, zoning impacts, and transit-related displacement risks. And their ongoing analysis, including trends in the local housing market and best practices from other regions, will help ensure that the housing recommendations align with evidence and planning best practices. So now to get into the recommendations, we have this sort of split up based on category. And so our first set of recommendations focuses on preventing a loss of affordability in the plan area. The recommendations support preservation and displacement mitigation, including maintaining affordability where possible and supporting the right to return with location assistance, also where feasible. We encourage DHCA, HOC, and developers to deliver deeply affordable units, especially those serving households below 50% AMI, because that sort of best serves the income levels that we found in this area. And then also increasing the number of income-restricted units for low and moderate income households remains critical, and we encourage the use of funding tools like HIF contributions and pilot agreements to strengthen affordability and help property owners participate successfully.
Can I ask a quick question about the, sorry, go back. On the maintain affordability, we're discussing subsidized affordability, right? Not, or we're talking about the NOAA and market rate affordability?
I think we're talking about subsidized affordability. And, you know, in this plan area, there really isn't a lot of subsidized affordability. I think out of the whole housing stock, I think it was only around 10% is subsidized. And so I think a lot of the affordability that exists in the plan area today is, you know, market rate affordable, NOAA, whatever you want to call it. But in the event of redevelopment, it will look a little different.
Yeah, I just want to make sure that we keep an eye on I'm a firm believer that market rate affordability isn't really, it's a lack of investment in the housing itself, and it's a deterioration of the stock typically, not always, but often. So when we're talking about maintaining affordability, I do want to focus on like either increasing subsidized or public ownership or using the HIF contributions, pilot options, things like that. If we want to sort of maintain an existing supply of safe, secure, and affordable housing, then we need to lean on our public options that we have to, you know, encourage redevelopment and rehabilitation of existing stock or redevelopment of properties. And I think that we can get ourselves into pretty deep knots with NOAA and you know, the issues about a zero net loss situations in there. So I just want to keep an eye on that as we go forward.
Yeah, and our next set of recommendations.
I really just like to,
talks
I
about
love the
housing
segue.
preservation and quality.
I apologize. Can I want to second all of that. Can I ask or add one additional question on my mind as we go through this? Like everything Commissioner Hedrick just mentioned, you know, at least I typically think about it in for medium to larger apartment buildings or those kinds of arrangements. This plan area, as we talked about before, it's unique in the sense that there's a lot of like 4 to 10 unit buildings, like we're looking at one of them right here, or maybe two of them right here, which from a reinvestment or kind of redevelopment standpoint, I'm assuming kind of looks different, or, you know, and I'm not sure if tools like HIF or other tools the county has can like speaks to this particular type. So I'm kind of curious if we currently have thoughts on how to support those, because we talked about it'd be great if we could, those neighborhoods already benefit from the diversity of the housing stock that's there. We don't want to lose it. You've talked about how we don't want to necessarily rezone because we want to keep what's there. Well, that makes it great. So what tools do we have to make sure that, like to Commissioner Hedrick's point, those units stay safe, secure, people can, you know, it's not deteriorating over time?
Yeah, good question and good points all around. I think Lauren switched the slide because that's kind of one of our things that we have here in this preservation and housing quality section is encouraging DHCA to figure out, you know, kind of a way to support these small buildings, whether it's through grants for small upgrades or some other sort of fund to help them support affordability in the event that they do redevelopment. We talked to a couple of the smaller landlords in the plan area, and you know there is interest in redevelopment, but for the most part, they're interested in staying in the community and would be interested in any sort of like preservation upgrade program that the county has to offer.
Can I just say that you know, I know that community. I live in that part of that community, and I've developed while I was at MHP a while back, and I know a lot of the smaller landowners. These properties are very old, right? They need more than just a little bit of investment to modernize them, you know, like new HVAC, you know, new water and sewer and stuff like that. It takes a major investment. So, yeah, it takes tools like maybe pilots. It takes tools like, I don't know, very, very low interest loans. Major, these are properties that need, I don't know, 50 to 100,000 a unit to get them in shape to put them back on the road for long term. So it does need, your points, it needs a substantial investment. Rent subsidies could help the landowner, you know, so to bring it down to a 50% unit, but it needs substantial investment. So tools that can create substantial investment are whether that's from DHCA or I don't know. Yeah. And then you don't want all of them to go through tax credits because they're too small to have tax credits. So yeah, maybe there's a tool we don't know of yet, but it's a tool that creates a significant amount of funds for reinvestment. Yeah.
I think with the county has some revolving loan funds for rehab and things like that I think would be useful to sort of focus on in here. Obviously, the scale is considerable because to the chair's point, an HVAC system, an upgrade to roofing, like those are substantial capital investments in smaller properties, and it's not like the tiles get, you know, any cheaper. So there's issues there with bringing those up to affordability, and the financing piece of it is the biggest part of finding low interest. So it might be worth taking to a look at the revolving loan funds available from the county, and some focus on that and some, you know, increase in investment in the area, given the diversity of housing stock that we've identified here. There's a different set of economics for the scale of a large scale multifamily versus a smaller. So I think that's worth taking a look at for maintenance there.
Yeah, thanks for that. I think we can maybe take a look at some more specifics. I think in the plan right now, it's pretty general. So moving forward, we can look into some more specific recommendations related to programs that might be a good fit. But again, you know, kind of as you alluded to, this is a DHCA program, and we've been working with them throughout this process, so we'll continue to do that. All right. So what I'm about to, yeah, we can just move on. I think we covered everything in that section. Let me get situated. So next, to meet the needs of families, seniors, and multi-generational households, We support a broader mix of housing types and unit sizes. We went over this pretty in depth in the presentation this morning, but in general, this includes promoting larger MPDUs, such as 2 and 3 unit bedroom sizes, and expanding entry-level home ownership options through duplexes, townhouses, and small apartment buildings. And then finally, in an area where affordability is so important, we include a set of recommendations focused on the redevelopment of publicly owned property, which plays a, excuse me, really important role in the preservation and expansion of affordable housing, especially in an area like Eastern Silver Spring, where deep affordability is such an important issue. And given that the land ultimately, or the plan area ultimately has limited public land available for redevelopment, part of the recommendations encourage the county to prioritize this plan area when considering properties for sale under the right of first refusal program, which has been in effect for more than 40 years in Montgomery County and establishes that the owner of any rental housing property with 4 or more units must give the county, HOC, and any certified tenant organization at the property the right to purchase the property. In the case of DHCA and a tenants association, the county maintains a list of qualified entities, typically a nonprofit or mission-driven developer, that they can assign their rights to.
Is there any, with the housing recommendations or the early ones, with the requirement, 30% PDUs is good, particularly for public property, but it's also a doubling of even the highest level that we have typically for our requirements in the plan areas. Is that being paired or considered to be paired with any increase in density or like automatic conclusion of a pilot or any sort of other sort of financial arrangements that support that level of subsidy?
I'm not sure if it has in the past. That's definitely something we could consider. I know this is a standard recommendation for public property.
We've had it for public,
So I don't know if others have knowledge of that. I don't think we've considered that in the past, but we can.
Yeah, something to consider, particularly even if you include the Housing Opportunity Fund or debt level equity inclusion, a rise in the percent of MPDUs up to 30% is a financial gap that still needs to be covered, and we obviously should do it, and we need public funding to do it, but it's reasonable to not just leave that as a part of the if you're partnering, depending on the type of developer, if you're partnering, like the public is more than, the public land ownership is more than willing to give over that kind of level of financing and a lack of, return. If you're partnering with a private developer, that's a harder sell. And I think it's worth keeping in mind that we've got to balance that out if we're going to increase the level of affordability, which is a completely reasonable thing to do. But it's got to be balanced on the financial side. And I don't think even with the Housing Opportunity Fund that a doubling of the MPDUs really covers that piece. One thing to consider.
Yeah, thank you. This is the last slide, so let me find my spot again. So yeah, and lastly, we see opportunities, and we talked a little bit about this morning, to explore co-locating housing on underutilized public sites, which can efficiently pair public facilities with affordable homes. For example, the Long Branch Public Library or the Mikasa site that Lauren discussed in her zoning recommendations this morning. Now I'll pass it over to Renetta to go over transportation.
Thanks, Kayla. Hello again, I'm Renetta Zach Williams, the transportation planner for this plan. Just to provide some context on the plan area is served by 4 major roads: University Boulevard, New Hampshire Avenue, Colesville Road, as well as Piney Branch Road that supports local and regional traffic. 3 of these roads, University Boulevard, Piney Branch Road, and New Hampshire Avenue, are high injury network corridors. So these are roadways in the county that experience the most severe and fatal crashes. The plant area is also in close proximity to 2 transit centers, the one in downtown Silver Spring, as well as Tacoma Landley. And with that, the area is served by 15 ride-on routes, 5 Metro bus routes, and there's also BRT that runs along Colesville Road, but does not stop in the planned area. There are also 3 Purple Line stations under construction with 2 planned bus rapid transit routes along University Boulevard and New Hampshire Avenue, which you all heard about last week. The existing bikeways along the trails, or the existing bikeways are along the trails, and there are no on-street bike facilities, and the major roads are uncomfortable for pedestrians, and many of the neighborhood streets lack sidewalk infrastructure. So during our community outreach, a consistent theme we heard from community members is pedestrian safety and wanting to have the ability to walk safely to destinations. We worked with the community during our engagement process to determine where those locations were and where people tend to travel outside of the plan area. So our first set of recommendations is focused on streets and intersections. The first recommendation here is to develop new streets and connections in the Manchester Place, Long Branch, as well as the New Hampshire Avenue district. These new connections will be neighborhood streets on very large parcels in these districts that improve connectivity. The next two recommendations are to enhance speed management strategies, as well as signalize, close, or restrict median breaks along the main corridors, which are University, Colesville, and New Hampshire, to improve traffic flow and safety. We're also recommending to create safer signalized intersections as appropriate through various treatments, and that could include anything from curb extensions to high visibility crosswalks or pedestrian refuge islands. And lastly, for streets, we're recommending protected intersections at all intersections in the plan area with existing or planned bike facilities. So we talked a little bit about this earlier, but thinking about the bicycle and pedestrian connection network, the first recommendation we have here is recommending exploring a bicycle and pedestrian connection over the Northwest Branch Trail with any future improvements to the bridge. This connection would be adjacent to the I-495 bridge and connect the Franklin Knowles neighborhood to the west to the Oakview neighborhood in the east and enhance a larger east-west connection throughout the entire plan area. We also support the State Highway Administration's Pedestrian Safety Action Plan, which will improve pedestrian safety along New Hampshire Avenue. And to complement that work, we have we have a recommendation for an interim bike facility along the New Hampshire Avenue service roads, as well as the parallel streets that will connect to the planned side path that is part of SHA's PSAP plan. We're also reconfirming the 2018 Bicycle Master Plan with updates on Flower Avenue, Wayne Avenue, and East Indian Spring Drive, and recommending expanding capital bike share and micro-mobility throughout the plan area. One final recommendation on this slide that we're still working on is concepts to improve connectivity at the New Hampshire Avenue interchange. And so we've been working with a consultant, BHD, to help us kind of develop some of these concepts, and it's really building upon what the state is doing and kind of like taking it to the next step and creating ideal scenarios at that interchange for people to get over to Hillendale, the Hillendale Shopping Center, as well as the Hillendale Gateway project. So continuing with the pedestrian network, in this area is pretty common, as I mentioned earlier, for many of the streets to not have any sidewalk infrastructure. So one of the key recommendations here is to install sidewalks on these streets, but with a priority on streets that lead to parks, schools, or other destinations in the plan area. And these recommendations are also prioritized, these sidewalk recommendations are also prioritized by district. Next is creating new pedestrian connections and wider sidewalks with buffers along the main corridors. And again, those are Colesville, University, and New Hampshire. We're also recommending eliminating unsignalized crossings along those main corridors and providing more protected pedestrian crossings that are consistent with the county's spacing requirements. And lastly, for this slide, we are recommending improving wayfinding to key destinations, as well as undergrounding utilities to create unobstructed pathways for pedestrians. Okay. Okay, so before getting into the transit recommendations, I just wanted to share this slide on the relationship between the process of BRT implementation and where each of the corridors in the plan area stand in that process. So first up is University Boulevard, which was approved in the 2013 Countywide Transit Corridors Plan. So that was recommended in that plan, but not yet funded. Next is the New Hampshire Avenue BRT, which again, you all heard discussed last planning board, and that is in the planning stages. And then lastly, Colesville Road, which is at 35% design, and I believe you all will be hearing about that in the coming weeks. So just kind of wanted to give that context before kind of talking through the transit recommendations. All right, so we are recommending supporting or reconfirming support of bus rapid transit along the three main corridors, again, Colesville, University, and New Hampshire. We are also recommending retaining a BRT station south of the Beltway. Previously, that location was at Colesville and Franklin, but at some point along the planning process was removed just due to like estimated boardings per day. And so with thinking about some of the land use changes along Colesville Road and particularly at the YMCA site and along the corridor, we are recommending just reconsidering just having a stop somewhere south of the Beltway on Colesville Road. And also just in our community conversations, this was something we heard from folks a lot about, just feeling like there's this like BRT that's running along the corridor that they don't necessarily have access to. And also for University Boulevard, we'd like to confirm the stations en route from the 2013 countywide transit corridors plan, as well as dedicated travel lane in each direction in the plan area between I-495 and Piney Branch Road for dedicated travel lanes. And I'll just pause there for any questions or discussion.
Thank you for that presentation. A quick question about the bikeway over Northwest Branch. Is that, well, what elevation is that going to be at? Is that going to be like at the highway level or much lower? I mean, I'm just trying to think, or is it really down low where the creek is? Do you have a sense of where that may be?
So I think we're still in the process of kind of like diving more into like the implementation or like what that exactly will look like. Ideally, it would be at like closer to the bridge because we want to like minimize or have like limited intrusion with like the Northwest Branch Trail. But it's not set in stone yet. So I think we're still kind of like working through what that could look like.
Okay, thank you.
And I'll just say at the same time, I think we want to keep it somewhat broad in this plan, just so as, you know, future options are explored, we don't limit what that could become. But I think, as Renetta said, you know, really trying to manage, you know, limiting exposure to Northwest Branch and impacts there. Are there any other questions while we have this discussion slide up?
Yeah, just briefly, I really appreciate all the recommendations and the good presentation. On transit in particular, I was wondering if there are opportunities to recommend on the corridors or even outside the corridors, like these interim treatments to help speed up buses. Because you mentioned, you know, at least on Colesville, well, and New Hampshire, we talked about New Hampshire last week. University has fewer buses, but a lot of ridership. But it feels like there's opportunities to kind of speed up the buses, give them priority, help operationally kind of make them more efficient in the interim while we're waiting for these BRT big investments to come online. I know that there's like so many different conversations going on. We talked about the New Hampshire version of this last week. We've talked about University on the University Boulevard plan, that portion of it. Colesville's at 35% design. So I don't know if this is more of a complicating recommendation I'm putting forward, or if there's still opportunities for that. But it's part of a theme, I guess. I'm interested in just kind of us. Can we be consistent in making these recommendations, knowing that the long-term investments take a long time? Where the buses are, where the ridership is, what can we do in the short term that's like relatively lower cost? You know, speaking to MCDOT specifically, like what's relatively lower cost operationally that they can do to help people today or in the near term? So I was just curious if you all have, if there's anything we can do in this plan for that.
Thank you for that question. Carrie Sanders for the record. I do think we can work with MCDOT and partly, and also our partners at SHA to maybe craft some language to get to what you're discussing. Because I know often when these agencies are looking for grants, it is very helpful if the master plan supports the activities that they're doing, even if those activities are low-cost activities like signal timing changes or, you know, queue jumps for buses, things like that. And so I do think we can work with them to kind of find language in the plan that would be broad enough to be supportive, but also helpful when they apply for grants.
Sorry, that sounds great. Yeah, I appreciate that approach. Thank you.
Great. I think if there are no further questions, then we'll continue. So I'm going to pass it along to Ben Kraft, who's going to talk a little bit about economic development and small businesses in this area.
Thanks, Lauren. So hi, I'm Ben Kraft of Research and Strategic Projects, obviously talking about economic development and small businesses. We can go ahead to the next. Yeah. So the context is pretty district specific here. This Long Branch is really the only large commercial district or set of nodes in the plan area. So really our recommendations are going to focus right here in Long Branch. It's pretty well known as a commercial center in the county. It's got long tenured, culturally important businesses. It actually has pretty low vacancy, but at the same time, it's got aging commercial buildings and hasn't seen any recent development activity. So we can move along. Our engagement process with a lot of help from Brick and Story was we were involved surveying, talking to over 70 local businesses. Through surveys, interviews, we also have had a meeting with the Long Branch Business League, which is a very active volunteer association of the business owners there in Long Branch, and we will certainly be continuing those discussions as the plan goes forward. Move ahead. So just to summarize what we heard, obviously the purple line looms large. They've really been bearing the brunt of the construction for such a long time. As usual with a big project like this, there is ambivalence. There's excitement about the potential for new customers, new residents, easier ways to get to the businesses, but at the same time, there's the concern about potential displacement or redevelopment pressure that comes from it. Most of the business owners there are happy with the size of their retail outlets, their square footage, but there are also challenges there, which is, of course, traffic, the social disorder, I guess vagrancy, if you want to call it that, in front of the businesses. And as has been noted in most of the other sections so far, the pedestrian infrastructure, sidewalks are not up to par, and that's even aside from the purple line construction that's been going on in that area for a while. The businesses, one more, just a couple more things. The businesses, people take all kinds of modes of transportation to get to the businesses. Obviously, the purple line is going to add another, hopefully significant mode for people to go and use these places. Parking has been expressed as something difficult that's difficult for customers and for the business owners as number 3 the largest barriers to success. The other ones, of course, are the expectations of what might happen with the purple line construction, which will hopefully soon end. The the perceived high rents there, and then the limited vacant property. There's actually not a lot of places, if you do want to start a business, there isn't a lot of availability for an entrepreneur to do that at the moment. So now we can go ahead. So the tricky thing with these recommendations for economic development in small businesses is that we want to thread that needle between encouraging development and redevelopment. We don't want to discourage it, do anything that would really make conditions even more difficult for redevelopment than they are now. But of course, we also want to make it so that current businesses can stay and the community can benefit from any redevelopment that comes. So one of those would be just to incentivize preserving small businesses and local entrepreneurship. And this could be done through another sort of like overlay zone or adding density incentives that would encourage a landlord or a developer, for instance, to commit to keeping space for an existing business there, something like that. But this kind of thing can be fine-tuned will be fine-tuned as we continue with the plan. Some of the other recommendations, things we could possibly do, are less specifically land use in nature and more about kind of like the organizational capacity in the area. So one of them is to create a place management organization, which of course is, we've been recommending this in a lot of, probably all of our recent plans.
And this is just a way to help with the implementation of all of our recommendations, a way to coordinate things like placemaking and transportation improvements and all of the things that we have in these plans, but that really need kind of something on the ground to make sure that to ensure that they happen in a manner that makes sense and that benefits the community. So that's something we'll be looking at here. And that's not mutually exclusive from the idea of a commercial land trust. So a commercial land trust land trusts are right now being used more commonly for housing, for residential situations, but commercial land trusts do exist, and it's really it's the same principle where you would kind of own the land, and a group would own and steward the land underneath the commercial businesses, and then that group could then that would lead to better affordability for the businesses, where you don't have to worry about the cost of the land, and more reliability and more certainty for the businesses that are there. And then it would also allow the group, the commercial land trust, to have to direct what happens in those commercial with the commercial businesses in the area, and kind of have more of a mission-driven approach to it. We also, again, what could be independent or part of a place management organization would be a legacy or international business marketing program. Obviously, there's a lot of really important, interesting international businesses in the area, and so some sort of coordinated effort to highlight that and bring customers in could be very helpful there. And then finally, another theme that's common with the residential sections of this plan is just the code enforcement. Similar problems here with deferred maintenance and really need for some upkeep and some incentives or carrots and sticks to get those the buildings back up to better condition. So I think with that we can move ahead.
Can I just a quick question? Do you think, Mr. Kraft, would needed to make this a thriving retail center? I mean, is it the aesthetics? Is it the parking, or a better mix of? Is there a mix of retail that's missing, or all the above? What are your thoughts?
I think all of the above.
Because the density is there.
Yeah.
Physical residential density, I think, is there.
I think,
or not.
I think it could use more, and frankly, as was very clear from the earlier parts of this presentation, it's a very low-income population nearby, and retail, this is just a neutral statement. It's a fact that to have more retail, you need a lot more income, and so density is part of it. I mean, that can come in the form of more people, or that could also come in the form of more people of a different income mix. There's no reason you can't focus on preserving the housing and the people that are there, but there definitely has to be some room for people of all different incomes there to I think fully realize the potential of what the district could be.
Thank you.
I also just want to add, I think that the coming Purple Line has a lot to do with this as well. I mean, we have 3 stops here that are sort of central to the Long Branch area, and I think that really is a huge opportunity for businesses and really has the potential to sort of bring in new customers, which businesses are excited about. I think they're also concerned about what's going to happen to rent prices and other things, but I think, this area is really awaiting this monumental change and shift, and I think what our plan is trying to do is really sort of, plan for that change and manage it. But I think that's coming, in hopefully about a year or 2. So I think that'll be really interesting to see the impact that has on these businesses as well.
I have one comment. Because you said that the businesses are mostly, serving the needs of the community, and this is a special community. If it's are mostly Hispanic and the restaurants and the stores serve that community, there are Hispanic all over. If they make it like a specialized kind of thing, then people may travel. So, if we help them to be a go-to business that they have something special that could serve the need of people from, surrounding neighborhood, they would go there. So they don't have, so if they have like something, some kind of a special kind of, Spanish food that is very desirable, I know that I will do it and travel to go there to have a special treat. So maybe something that what you have said in here, that international business marketing program, to make these people to be a destination place, that people could come from other places. That would help, that if we just think about having people in the same neighborhood, that would bring more customers, especially with Purple Line. People can go.
I think that's a great comment, and I'll just highlight here the work of the Long Branch Business League, which I think is a really fantastic organization that has been supporting this community for a very long time. They have, their marketing program is called Discover Long Branch, and they have signs throughout Long Branch, and this area was also recently designated a Main Street, or as part of the Maryland Main Street program. So I think our intention with these recommendations is really to lift up the work that they're doing and hopefully make it easier for them to advocate for more support and more funding to continue to do exactly what you described. And that's why I think the collaboration with them has been so helpful. We actually we met with them early on and were able to incorporate some of their feedback into the recommendations you see today, and are having a follow-up conversation with them to continue that, because I think they are really the stewards of this business community. They've been there for a long time, and so we're trying to see how this plan can sort of support the goals that they have for this area.
Yes, so at the end of the day, yeah, I think that I know that area well. It's amazing they survived the pandemic with all the small businesses there and all that construction. And I just hope that when the Purple Line comes in, that they have their heyday, because they do have a lot of really, the Samanthas and some of the others.
El Golfo, El Gavilan,
yeah. And then they have the Ocean City Seafood, which they're really going, and some of the other places there. So I think, and I used to, you really do that giant, but then when they put all the construction for the Purple Line in, it just was hard to get in and out. So hopefully when the Purple Line all of that is gone, and maybe the more people will continue to go back, and maybe a mix of other other retailers will help uplift that space. So yep, it's prime for Rita, but like you're saying, you need to put the pieces in place so that they equitably benefit from.
Can I ask a quick question on so I think a lot of these recommendations are really great and interesting, and would be kind of, in Montgomery County context at least, like a commercial land trust would be a really cool idea. I don't know if that's been tried elsewhere in the county, but I'm curious, just briefly, could you describe like how you might envision that coming to fruition in this community? Because my mind immediately went to, you mentioned housing is the more typical case, and that's for sure. I'm familiar with like land trust in the city of Detroit, for example. I studied that a little bit in grad school. And the reason that was so successful, obviously, was because like land values were so depressed. There was so much vacant land. It wasn't that hard to kind of collect it. And I mean, it still took a lot of work over time. But in this context, it's, these properties exist. The land values may not be as high as, I mean, post-Purple, like when the Purple Line starts up, they may start to rise even more dramatically. These smaller retail businesses with, as you described, like a community that doesn't have a huge amount of income. So I'm just curious, like how might the community get started kind of doing this in this context? And it is a really cool idea. I'm just kind of from a practical standpoint, how would it happen?
No, there's a great question. That's a great question. There's a lot of things to say about that. So I think the first is that, yeah, like I don't want to sugarcoat that it's just, we can just go create a land trust. It's really difficult. And as you said, the main issue would be the funding. I mean, where do you get the capital to acquire the land? Just like pretty much every, all the other recommendations are going to require, if you're trying to kind of preserve something in that sense there, where there's like there's a gap between, what you want to do and what exists there, you're going to need capital to do that. And so that would be a consideration, not to mention the land has to be for sale. And it's not clear that any of this commercial land is for sale. So those are all like significant barriers. I think that it would take probably the county coming together, working with the community to try to figure out a plan for how exactly that, something like that could be paid for. And yeah, it's obviously easier to do something like that in a place with very low land values. Some of the examples, so I'm kind of hesitant to say it because we're very tentatively planning a speaker series or some sort of, maybe not speaker series, but like webinar about commercial land trusts for the fall. So I haven't confirmed with all of the potential participants. So stay tuned for that, but I think that will provide a lot more information about this. And also, but there are some of the ones that do exist in places with higher and rising land values. So for one example of a successful one is in Atlanta, where I think they were able to kind of get in there before it was too out of reach, but they are there in a place that it's a very where there is a lot of development going on. So that has happened, but yeah, I think you're absolutely right that practically speaking, it is a tough recommendation to really implement and would require a lot of resources.
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to the speaker series now. I don't think it's not exactly like you don't have to worry about spilling the beans too much. I don't think too many people are probably
well, it's
watching this
public, and I don't want to get
yeah.
people too excited if we ultimately aren't able to do it. But yeah,
for sure. No, but I look forward to that. And it kind of leads just briefly into a second question I had, which is these are recommendations that won't get formalized until the plan reaches conclusion and council adopts it, and which could be a year and a half from now, given how these plans go. But as you mentioned, at least with a commercial land trust, in an environment of rising land values, and this is certainly one of those environments, kind of getting in earlier could be important. So I'm wondering, given considering that these recommendations will probably carry on through, but honestly, even if they don't, what opportunities do we have as the team to engage on some of this in the near term? Obviously, there's not a lot we can do on our own, but in terms of like engaging council, for example, or community organizations around some of this before the plan is even finished, to at least kind of get some things moving in case that's important to kind of do it sooner rather than later.
Yeah, we are, and I mean, we presented this idea basically to them, I think, what was it, a few months ago when we met, and we're planning on having a follow-up, I think, in April. So we're definitely moving in tandem with the Long Branch Business League about this. And I think certainly, yeah, there's no reason that it has to wait until, the plan is approved. And I think it would be good for other entities, especially the entities with like the potential to fund something like this, to also be involved. So we'll be talking about that as we go.
And I'll just say, I think we've been really interested in maybe reaching out to council staff to start talking about some of these ideas. I know that they have work that sort of is similar, to what we're recommending in the plan, so we can definitely start those conversations.
Yeah, so normally, like, the housing has a housing initiative fund. Maybe they could fund, there's something that could be for the same for commercial. All it is, you're buying down the rent, right? So instead of this having a $30, rent, it could be 20 because someone has bought down or subsidized so I know whether you advocate it for at the local level or, I know in Seattle when they did their light rail, put in, I think that what they did up front when they got the money for the light, a part of that bonding was for businesses, small businesses, to make sure they were able to operate during that time, and also maybe also for like subsidizing them or something like that. So I think it would be really big if we could, it's a tough financial climate, but maybe we could still start advocating, could there be some funds for commercial rent write-downs for small businesses or something?
Yeah, and I will say the one benefit of doing this for commercially rather than residential is that you have revenue coming in, and you potentially have revenue that could pay back some sort of initial investment, which is not always, but in some ways different than the way that we, finance some of our programs do work that way, but for housing. So there is at least that potential. But yeah, the principle is the same thing. There's there's something that we value as a community that we want to keep, but it's not something that the market would support on its own. So yeah.
Great, thank you. I'm going to keep us moving, and we're going to start talking about environment with Bianca Noveno.
Thank you, Lauren. Bianca Noveno with Environment and Climate Division. I'm just going to provide an overview of the environment preliminary recommendations. Looking at the plan area's land cover, the plan area includes 36% impervious surface, 25% non-forest tree cover, 15% forest cover. And the eastern portion of the plan area is located within the Northwest Branch watershed, and the western portion is located within the Sligo Creek watershed. And there are over 30,000 linear feet of streams within the plan area. With these existing conditions in mind, for our preliminary recommendations, we also considered the climate hazards affecting our region, including escalating temperatures, increased precipitation and storms, as well as the plan area's proximity to major roadways, which affect overall air quality in the plan area. We also considered the feedback that we received during our community outreach, including the desire for more trees, shade, and green spaces, the need to protect stream valley parks as environmental assets, concerns about tree loss, stormwater management, flooding and erosion, and the need for more ways to grow food in the plan area and address food insecurity. As a result, we have divided our preliminary recommendations in 5 major categories, the first of which is protecting and restoring natural resources. For the plan area, our goal is to protect, restore, and create habitat to improve climate resiliency, mitigate climate change, and improve health and wellness for all beings. To achieve this, a few of our key recommendations include preserving and restoring forests, especially those adjacent to parkland, protecting and restoring aquatic resources, and planting native trees and shrubs. The next set of environmental recommendations is nature-based design solutions. We are recommending nature-based solutions throughout the landscape, public and private properties. Nature-based solutions include, but are not limited to, planting of native trees and vegetation to shade streets, sidewalks, and private and public spaces, and installing porous surfaces, green roofs, and integrated stormwater management. A few key nature-based solutions recommendations included in the staff report that I want to highlight is providing a minimum 35% green cover upon redevelopment, decreasing impervious cover, and providing a minimum 50% tree shade or covered structures over parking lots. And by including nature-based solutions throughout the landscape, we gain the benefits of reducing heat island effects, improving health, wellness, and quality of life, and improving water and air quality and increasing biodiversity. The next set of environmental recommendations is the Cool Streets Network. Given the major corridors in the planned area, we are exploring ways to make streets healthier and reduce impacts from high traffic roadways, such as harmful pollutants and noise for those living along and near main corridors and highways. With that, we also have proposed a network of cool streets to offer shaded, comfortable pedestrian paths and sidewalks, connecting the existing network of stream valley parks, neighborhood parks and trails, and other important destinations. The goal is to take advantage of the multiple benefits of expanding the street tree canopy, not only the benefits that I mentioned in the previous slide, but also the safety benefits from a transportation standpoint. And then the next set of environmental recommendations is sustainable building design. Our goal is to create healthy and resilient places to live, and with that goal in mind, we have included the following recommendations in the plan. Encourage exceeding the county's minimum energy standards, use incentive zoning points in the category of green buildings to achieve high-performing, energy-efficient buildings on CR zones, To the extent possible, also optimize building and site orientation to maximize passive and active solar energy and use on-site alternative energy generation such as solar, geothermal, microgrids, cogeneration, energy hubs, and others. And the last set, but not the least of the environmental recommendations, is food security. Our goal is to shorten supply chains, reduce food waste, lower carbon emissions, support a local economy, and improve the environment. And I want to highlight this slide because there are a lot of groups in the plan area that are already doing interesting food growing. For example, the picture at the top is the hydroponic greenhouse at Clifton Baptist Church, and they grow food there, and they give away the food every week during their food distribution. The bottom two photos are Cheers Community Gardens. Cheer is as Lauren mentioned before, is a community organization. And they've created this network of community gardens in people's yards, and they have a group of people who live in nearby apartments that come and use those spaces to garden. So to support all of the existing efforts and also to make it easier for the residents of this plan area to continue to add to these efforts, we are recommending allowing commercial food kitchens, food processing, and rooftop farms as accessory commercial uses in the plan area, increasing capacity for local food growth and independence through increased opportunities for community gardening and agricultural efforts, and supporting the establishment of healthy corner stores, farmers markets, and other food access points. And that concludes the environmental recommendations. I will pass it over to Christina for Parks and Trails.
Can I ask one thing on this before we move forward? I'm sorry, I feel like I'm the main source of delay today. I apologize, but I really like the idea of more local food. I think that's awesome, and it's cool to hear that there's all sorts of community gardens and types of approaches in the area. I was wondering if through your engagement, was there interest in something more agriculture, something a little bit more akin to like an actual urban farm where people don't go and farm, people don't go and kind of garden for themselves, but sort of, you know, what the model that comes to mind, at least locally, is like Coiner Farm, and which now has 2 sites where it's still community oriented, but it is a farm and it's kind of serving the whole community, and it's, you know, people come in and volunteer and support, but it's not like personal gardening. So I was wondering if there's interest in, if you heard interest in that kind of thing, or if that's from our standpoint would be interested in putting forward a recommendation to like work with community to identify a potential site, you know, explore partnerships.
Not specifically, however, so Cheers' work on these community gardens, I think, really speaks to this challenge of finding appropriate space to be able to do this. Basically, this was during the pandemic. They were trying to find a centralized site where they could have a community garden and were unable to find something that worked. And so the volunteer here shown actually sort of canvassed her neighborhood and got people to volunteer their front lawns, which I think is just really innovative and very cool. And so given that challenge, I think we are really interested in finding more opportunities for this use to happen. That organization is really interested in this, and I don't want to give too much away and tease, you know, we mentioned there was a 5th placemaking site in the works. It's sort of along those lines, is to try to figure out how we could do this in more sort of unused or underutilized spaces and make it more practical. But I think it was just really impressive to us through our conversations, like, you know, what Clifton Park Baptist is doing is really incredible. In addition to this greenhouse, they've actually converted their nursery on the basement floor of their church into essentially this. They have all this hydroponic vegetables growing, and they give them away for distribution. And when I mentioned earlier in our zoning recommendations, you know, that we have several churches that are sort of using their spaces in interesting ways, and they're not really compatible anymore with what they're trying to do. For them, it's food growing. I mean, they actually want to figure out how to do more of that. They have a really interesting like container hydroponic setup that they're exploring that they just brought to their site recently. And so it's been really interesting to see the things that I think we're really interested in sort of building upon what people are already trying to do here and how to make that more possible, and hearing about these barriers and challenges that they're experiencing so we can figure out how to mitigate that. And we have had some conversations, you know, we heard we actually had an initial conversation with MCPS where we sort of brought up some of these, like, are there some opportunities here to maybe use underutilized land to potentially do some of this? I think the challenge in this area is that school sites are a little bit smaller than when you get sort of to other places in the county, and we just have limited spaces, sort of where
Yeah.
this can exist. But I think we're really interested in sort of, I think in this plan area in particular, given the interest of this community and what's going on here, and Cheer actually works really closely with Coiner Farm, we're really interested in sort of building upon that because that's such an interest, and there are so many food distributions that happen here that are just a vital resource, for people to live in this area.
Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, thanks for that context. Just to, your mention of school brought this to mind, but, Eastern Middle School is about to get reconstructed, and that's a fairly large site, and I wonder if maybe that's an opportunity to explore this with MCPS, if, a portion of the new site, the new version of the site could incorporate some of this, but anyway, just food for thought. Thanks.
Thank you. And I'll pass it on to Christina to talk about parks and trails.
Good afternoon. For the record, Christina Sasaki, Park Planner. I will start with a brief overview of the parks. In general, average number of the park amenities here is generally adequate, except for the northeast area, where the access is more limited. So about 80% of the parkland in the planned area is dedicated to the 3 Stream Valley parks and their associated trails. I want to highlight the Northwest Branch Stream Valley Park that you see in the picture right there, beautiful, which is one of Montgomery Park's best natural areas, one of 13, and plays a vital role in protecting natural resources within our park system. The Parks Department also has several ongoing projects in the planned area, including park renovations through the Long Branch Parks Initiative, the Northwest Branch Trail Grant projects, and restoration efforts focused on natural and aquatic resources within the Stream Valley parks. In addition, there are several placemaking park projects that were presented to the board last week. This next slide highlights the park system in numbers. The planned area includes 20 MNCPPC parks, approximately 387 acres of total parkland. As a visual reference, this total parkland is just under half of the size of Central Park in New York City, which is 843 acres, just for a scale. These 20 parks provide more than 7 miles of trails and paths, most of which are found within the Stream Valley parks. This pattern of parkland reflects the historic development of the park system, which set up parks along stream corridors to protect water quality and support the region's water supply. The next slide, we're going to recap a little bit of what we heard from the community. First, it was really encouraging to hear how much people appreciate their parks, with Sligo Creek standing out as the community's favorite. In terms of needs and concerns, we heard 3 consistent themes. For Stream Valley parks, residents value access to nature, but emphasize the importance of protecting these areas, especially given their location within a highly urbanized setting with competing uses. We also heard a desire for new and improved park amenities, particularly places where families and neighbors can gather. The good news here is that Parks already has ongoing projects in the planned area that address some of these needs. And finally, we heard concerns about safety within parks and along trails, which directly inform some of the plan's recommendations. So now moving on to the recommendations of the part of the plan. So first, we look at what we have and how can we improve our inventory. And the recommendations are: repurpose and enhance existing parkland in areas with limited access, particularly in the northeast part of the planned area, or where current park types no longer align with the community needs. One example shown here is the potential conversion of the Hastings Natural Conservation Area into a neighborhood park. It's the picture on the top. The second is expand existing parkland where possible and formalize right-of-way areas found within or next to parkland to improve future park projects implementation. Then we look for other ways to increase outdoor experience in places by promoting collaboration with other public space providers and community organizations, as mentioned by Lauren before, to maximize limited resources, enhance outdoor experience, and strengthen community identity. By also capitalizing on large redevelopment sites mentioned on the urban design presentation to create substantial new public spaces that provide the gathering areas that the community has asked for. Moving to accessibility, stewardship, and safety. As mentioned earlier, the community voiced their concerns about park access, stewardship of our natural resources, and safety within our parks and trails. To address these concerns, the plan recommends enhance and improve park accessibility, public visibility, and connection between parks and surrounding neighborhoods, including collaborations with other public agencies and community organizations to encourage park use and foster the sense of community. Continue to promote and protect natural and cultural stewardship through community and public agencies partnerships. Promote community pride to public art. And enhance the design of parks, public spaces, and trails by applying the crime prevention through environmental design principles, along with clear wayfind signage and proper lighting when needed. Next, in the last slide, we are highlighting some park-specific recommendations of the plan area. Let's find the recommendations you just heard earlier in the map. The yellow dots stand for new public spaces within large redevelopment sites. Orange dots stand for improvement on existing parks. Orange asterisks represent potential new park entries, while blue asterisks highlight the placemaking locations. Let's move to the examples and the recommendations. In the letter A, the Hastings Neighborhood Conservation Area is becoming a neighborhood park. As mentioned last week, this is one of the placemaking park locations. The letter B, the Long Branch Civic Green, that will be delivered through redevelopment of the giant parcel. It was mentioned during the urban design presentation. The letter C is the repurposing of part of the Northwest Branch Stream Valley Park adjacent to the single-family homes into a new neighborhood park, also part of the placemaking park locations. And letter D is addressing the lack of connectivity to Northwest Branch. Our park staff will be evaluating the feasibility of a potential new trail on the west side of the stream. I just want to make a break here and take the opportunity to address the early questions that Commissioner Linden made in terms of additional access to the Northwest Branch, just to have a scale of how deep the park is. From the Oakview Trail, that is the sort of trailhead entry from the east side of the Northwest Branch, until the trail where you actually have a paved trail is 160 feet. So that is an equivalent of the Chateau building. So it's like 16-floor building. And when you compare to Long Branch and Sligo, you might find areas with steep slope. They will be 40 to 50 feet, so like a 4-floor building. So it's like a 4-floor building to sort of in terms of the elevation versus a 16-floor building. So that's like a tremendous steep slope. And this is also one of the reasons why we got this grant to repave portion of the trail, including paving up to the Oakview Trail. So, we have these now, right now we are in the design phase of this project, and we're gonna be using the placemaking initiative, to get more input from the community in order to see what else we can do to improve this trailhead. And one of the recommendations is also to coordinate with Prince George County, because the exit, because we only have one entry on the east side, and then the exit would be along New Hampshire, but that is already under the Prince George County location. So one of the recommendations is to coordinate with them to see, what are the improvements that we might be recommending in our sector plan, but in the end of the day, would be Prince George responsibility of implementing, because it's not in our plan area boundary. And then continue on the map, the letter E, expanding parks. So this is part of a previous sector plan recommendation, is the expand Sick Lane Neighborhood Park to improve its visibility. So this is a big route from kids from elementary school. So one of the recommendations is to be able to expand the visibility and the accessibility to the elementary school and to the rest of the neighborhood. And last, the letter F is the Broad Acres Park, where the plan recommends a new park entrance to allow a better physical access from the Oakview community to these parks. So that concludes the Parks and Public Space preliminary recommendation. And next, Melissa will be covering the community facilities. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Christina. And so for the record, once again, my name is Melissa Williams, and I will be addressing the community facilities. Okay, great. So here's an overview of the existing community facilities in Eastern Silver Spring. The map shows a range of privately operated facilities like the YMCA, and we also have a number of places of worship that are illustrated on the map, along with key public facilities. Those represent facilities that are owned and operated by Montgomery County. That includes our schools, the Long Branch Recreation and Senior Center, the Long Branch Library, and the ever-popular Long Branch Pool. Together, these facilities form the foundation of the local services and gathering spaces within the plan area. Next slide. And from our outreach, we heard that these facilities were heavily used and valued. The residents, with that being said, the residents expressed a need for more and improved community services. They were definitely looking for places that were safe and more welcoming places for youth. They also highlighted a number of concerns related to safety and security and expressed a desire for more visible safety measures. Next slide. And so these represent our recommendations. In the preliminary recommendations, we chose to focus on ensuring high-quality public services, supporting the existing privately operated community-serving institutions that were shown on the map, and then we are also looking to build stronger partnerships across these and the public agencies. We recommend co-locating facilities with compatible uses. We also would like to see expanded programming where possible, and also a continuous evaluation of the fire safety and rescue needs. And one of our more important recommendations was actually a request from the Montgomery County Police Department. They would like for us to explore the creation of an additional police district. And so they're looking at that very large 6th district. And the idea is, could that be split into 2? And if so, could that 7th and that very new district, that would be the 7th district, could that be placed within our plan area? And we know that's a heavy lift, so we also have a backup to that. And so if that's not possible to have a new station or a new district within the plan area, we would also like to study the potential for a police mini station within the plan area. And so that was actually something that the community, there are a lot of requests from the community for that as well. And our next slide. And so with that being said, I'm going to turn it over to schools. So, Jesus, that's on.
Thanks. For the record, Jesus Beck. I'll be going over the one short but strong school slide. So for schools during a master plan, as usually we do, we're not only looking at sites inside the plan area, but also schools that are serving the plan area for adequacy reasons. The Eastern Silver Spring Community Plan area is currently served by 7 elementary schools, which includes 3 schools that are paired, kindergarten to 2nd grade and 3rd through 5th grade. We're counting those as one school in terms of service areas. And then 4 middle schools and 3 high schools. 8 of them are located within the plan boundary. One thing to note is that MCPS is currently going through a boundary study for the middle schools and high schools, and we'll be following up after that with a countywide elementary school boundary study. So all of the information in the first bullet is pending decisions by the Board of Education. The school service areas could change. The elementary schools, numbers of schools operating within the plan area could also change following the countywide boundary study. That being said, the plan recommendations will include some site design considerations under the district recommendations for schools within the plan boundary, with a focus on urban design, transportation, or environmental considerations mostly. To follow up with Commissioner Linden's question, Eastern Middle School, not only because of the master plan process we're going through, is under a capital project in the CIP currently, so planning staff is coordinating with MCPS because of their capital project. So those comments could be transferred to MCPS for their consideration. And then going back to the question regarding the holding center possibility for the Parkside headquarters. MCPS has not disclosed any further information beyond what Lauren shared earlier, that it was initially considered for an early childhood care center. It was also at one point being considered for Sligo Creek Elementary School during the site selection process. Sligo Creek Elementary School is in the current CIP for replacement. So that is as far as we know about this possibility of the site. In terms of holding centers, just based on our knowledge, not an official statement from MCPS, they already have 4 elementary school holding centers. The Parkside headquarters is most likely not going to be big enough to hold more than an elementary school. They need a holding center for middle schools, for secondary schools, at least middle schools, but possibly for high schools. So from my understanding, it's very unlikely that it will be considered for a holding center. They already have 4, and with the elementary school boundary study being mainly focused on school consolidation and closures, they'll probably have abundance of potential holding centers for elementary schools.
Thanks. Appreciate all those updates.
And then lastly, the last bullet, once the plan's land use and housing recommendations become more concrete, the potential impact of those on the enrollment will be analyzed in comparison to the existing enrollment and projections based on how the trends are looking from the surrounding existing neighborhoods. So this will be done in a later phase once we have a better idea of those land use recommendations. Well, that being said, I'll pass it over to Lauren again.
Yes, thank you. So I just want to mention, while our preliminary recommendations are very detailed at this stage, I did want to mention that there are some things that we're still working on, and we wanted to let you know about them and sort of to expect them as part of the working draft. So I'll just cover a few items here. The first is the details of the overlay zone. I think, throughout all 3 of our presentations, you may have heard us sort of touch upon elements that we would need to sort of explore through an overlay zone, including specifications for the CRN that's proposed along corridors, as well as any modifications we want to make to the incentive zoning menu, which we talked about with the small business recommendations, and may also be thinking about the housing incentives as well. We're also working on the analysis with VHB to look at connectivity at the New Hampshire Avenue I-495 interchange. Additionally, we're working on additional housing and market research from research and strategic projects, as well as from the National Center of Smart Growth, which Kayla mentioned a little bit earlier, to help give some more context for the recommendations. And so that will be also included along with the working draft. And lastly, you can expect more graphics, including maps, street sections, and diagrams that really help explain the recommendations in a more visual way. We wanted to make sure we got sort of the meat of the recommendations out for discussion, but we still, will be spending some time sort of adding those additional elements. And I'll pass it off to Melissa for next steps.
Okay, great. Thank you, Lauren. And so I will quickly cover the next steps. And so this is really for those of you that are following along with us from home and in our audience today. We have our upcoming open house that is scheduled for April 21st from 4 to 8 p.m. We are looking forward to a great turnout. As we mentioned earlier, we're actually working with Cheer. They're going to help us facilitate this effort, and we're really excited about that partnership. You also have ways, if you cannot attend that open house, even though we'd love to see you, you can also interact with us on our website. And so that's montgomeryplanning.org/Eastern Silver Spring. While you're there, you can tell us what you think about the work that we've been doing. You can complete our questionnaire. And then we also have that handy dandy QR code, and you can actually catch up with us using your mobile device. And so final slide, Lauren. And for those of you that are wondering where we are in this process, we are still right in the middle of all of our hard work. We still have a lot of ongoing engagement that needs to happen. I'd also like to remind everyone that we have a placemaking effort that is underway, and we are looking forward to having those physical elements placed throughout the community. Once again, a plug for our website. If you want to keep track of that effort, you can definitely sign up for our e-letter, and that will provide you with additional information, and we look forward to seeing everyone at the open house and coming back to the board sometime later this year with our working draft. And so thank you once again for allowing us to present today, and I'll turn it back to Lauren for discussion.
Yes, please let us know if you have any additional questions.
I
We'd
have
be
no
happy to
additional questions, only thank you for your hard work, and this is a unique master plan in that you're going back into the community with your thoughts, with our thoughts, and that's really important. You're taking engagement to another high level, so appreciate all the hard work, and we look forward to you coming back after you go back into the community. Thank you. And any other questions or comments from my board?
Thank you all.
Yeah, all done. Thank you. So we're going to just take a 1-minute break and do our last item of the day, which is the County Executive Operating Budget Overview. Thank you.
I need to walk.
Good afternoon. We're on our last item of the day, which is the county executive's operating budget overview. Our county executive issued his budget last week, and so Terry Charles, our budget director for the Central Administrative Services, so give us her overview of the county executive's operating budget and the impact on the commission. And this is the first step of us finalizing our budgets to go back to the county executive and the council about our non-recommended reductions to the county executive's budget. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Again, for the record, Terry Charles, Corporate Budget Director. As is annually the case, I'm before you today to present the county executive's recommended FY27 operating budget for us. As noted here, I will, went a little too fast there. As noted here, I will start with a brief reminder of the proposed request and then compare that with the current recommended budget if there's a variance. After that, I will quickly share two comparison slides, one of key revenues and the other a snapshot of the executive's allocation decisions for addressing the needs of the community. So let's start first with the good news, where there was no variance. The county executive's budget concurred with our requests for the following funds: the ALA Debt Service Fund, the Enterprise Fund, the Property Management Fund, the Special Revenues Fund, and grants. Again, good news, full concurrence on those. Well, I tried. Now moving to the variance. As stated, last week, the county executive prefaced that all of his FY27 budget recommendations reflect the fiscal reality that amid this persistent inflation environment and continued economic uncertainty, that projected revenues for FY27 are insufficient to meet the growing demands and anticipated expenditures. And moreover, he signaled within the message that there is a growing structural imbalance between forecasted revenues and committed ongoing expenditures. As a result, his recommended budget is built upon, and this one is particularly important for us, is built upon a forecasted FY27 property tax assessed value growth at 4.5%. What I will share with you is that in FY25, the growth was 3.64, and that earlier, as that State Department assessment taxation estimates were along the line of what we experienced in FY25. So I believe that there could be a little stretch in the submitted budget in that one, something for us to pay particular attention to as well as we plan. Also in his recommended budget, and I'm sure all have already well aware, his recommendation included an increase to the local income tax from 3.2% to 3.3%, and it also includes a tax increase of 6.3 cents to the supplemental education property tax. And again, as you're well aware, that 6.3% increase would be dedicated to the public schools. And in his message, he underscored the fact that he has an unwavering commitment to education and the blueprint obligations. So with the inclusion of these tax increases and the higher assessed value, his budget message underscores that what has been provided represents prioritized resources to cover, and I'm reading this slowly just because it'll become apparent to you. He said prioritize resources to cover rising costs for essential core services and programs, contracts, and to continue to invest in fair compensation for personnel in order to sustain high caliber services. The message also highlighted that, of course, with budgetary challenges, they did have to take reductions in tax supported budget. And his accounting of it is nearly $19 million in expenditures were reduced within the tax-supported budget. However, as you will soon see, for us, the county executive's recommended amount places us in a too familiar position, that of us being forced to make the decision or the decision as to whether to cover rising costs to support the delivery of essential services or investing in fair compensation. Within that context, let's look more closely at the administration fund. Again, as you may recall, and as shown here, we asked for a total increase of nearly 5.6 million, of which 1.6 million was to cover estimated current personnel costs. Another 2.65 million was requested to meet major known commitments, and we also included 1.3 million in program enhancements. And if you'll recall, that did include 6 new positions. As seen here, the county exec's recommended budget for the administration fund totals 48.95 million, an increase of 3.8%. Now, this is just for illustration purposes only to help show what the 3.8%, which means new money of 1.7 million, how far it could go. This additional 1.7, not even a third of what we requested, will not go very far. As displayed here, it could likely cover our estimated current personnel costs, excluding the transfer that we know also does include base budget needs. But as you can see, looking on the right, it does not adequately cover the rising costs in our major known commitments, nor provide for any program enhancements.
Could you explain what is transfers? I forgot. I'm sorry.
No.
I know you. I haven't seen you so passionate today. I know you're not happy. I'm sorry I stopped you, but
no. The
transfers.
The transfer is related to the special development review fund. And if you'll recall the conversation about how because
I remember
the slowing in development.
Yes. Okay.
Yeah,
So that's
has created. Yeah. So that's what that 2.4 million is referencing. So as has already been indicated, we're required, and we're at that point in our annual task where, again, each department will be preparing a non-recommended reduction plan that, of course, will be presented to you for your board approval. And then once board approval, it will be submitted to council for consideration for budget restoration. Just as a point of reference, last year's amount on this slide was 2.1 million.
For non-recommended?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. So the need for the cut was 2.1 last year.
Okay.
I could see why you're so passionate. I see that.
Okay. Yeah. All right. So walking in the same path now for the park fund. As shown here, and you may recall, we asked for a total increase of nearly 8.8 million or 5.9%. 4.2 million of that was to cover estimated current personnel costs. You'll recall also that the department sought an additional 1.4 million because they wanted to reduce their salary lapse assumption so that they could improve service delivery. And then the remaining 3.1 million was to cover increases in major known commitments. So yet again, here's what the county exec's recommended budgets, where it stands, 154 million, which is an increase of 4%. And again, just for illustration purposes, only to show how far this additional 5.6 million could be stretched, which is almost 2/3 of what we requested. As displayed here, we can see that it could likely cover the estimated current personnel costs and some adjustments to the salary lapse assumption, but yet again, it would not be able to cover the rising costs and major known commitments. Hence, department, as usual, will be facing the trade-off decision with regard to, I should say, as they prepare their non-recommended reduction plan for approval and submission to the council. And again, just as a point of comparison, this one is last year we were looking at 5.6 million. So the park fund's work is a little bit improved from last year's experience, but nevertheless, we've got a task ahead of us, I'll say.
Just remember that this year Parks Department didn't ask for any enhancement.
Correct.
So it just started with, baseline.
Absolutely. And then just to wrap up what's in your package here, we put this slide in here just again to allow you to easily see where the variance in what we were expecting as revenue receipts are versus what's in the county exec's recommended one. And the one that's most noteworthy is the fact that the county executive did not consider planning's request for greater recognition of the work they do in support of the 2019 MOU for water quality protection. And so as you can see, they did not give anything as what was nearly requested. So just want to have you be able to see that. And then I'll end with the final slide that we typically have much discussion about. And yet again, we find ourselves unfortunately feeling the same way, same time, same, in the same space. It confirms yet again that we continue to remain on the lower end of the county exec's allocation for budget increases. And so, as you can see, we're the right side at 3.8% increase, which for us is a new 7.4 million. And then, as you move to the left from that point, you see. And interestingly enough, all other county government is at 6.1%. So.
Do you have a list of what he did to county agencies or other ones? Because I think it's important to see that if it is just us, and what about the other agencies, and what about the departments, the big departments that are within the executive office?
I don't have the full detail of all that's falling in. We can look to improve so that we can give you the accounting of what is falling in the all other county government bucket. And also, again, we can provide a little bit more, but literally this was a chart that was included in his budget and brief, so it was easy to just capture it in this manner for you. And with that concludes the presentation.
Yeah. Could you just say one more time, what are the three things he said that he was focusing on this?
So again, his message says that with regard to the budget, his budget reflects providing prioritized resources to cover rising costs for essential core services and programs, contracts, and to continue to invest in fair compensation for personnel in order for us to sustain high caliber services.
Okay.
All of which is the same things that we seek to do every year as well.
Yeah, I guess we're not part of those three things. But I feel all we do is with our park police and our park services and our planning, those are our essential services, and we've been recognized as leaders in our state and in our country for the work we do. So, and we do have essential contracts like every other department has, and we also need to focus on our personnel. So, thank you for this information. We will be coming back with our non-recommended reductions to the county council's budget and advocate with the council to replace those funds so that we can continue to operate our business just like all the other county agencies. So thank you so much. And if you're any...
I did mention, but Terry wasn't here this morning when I mentioned it. I'm hoping that this trend that the county executive in regard to budget with the commission, changes. And we need to be treated equally. And if commission is an agency that is very well respected within the community. And the planning and park is one of the essential quality of life for the residents of Montgomery County. And it just doesn't make sense that if you look at, based on this chart, we are the lowest. That is not a good message, and this has been consistent year after year, year after year, and it is not just right. We have always been successful taking our, argument against this to the county council, and hopefully we could recover a good portion of it to be able to continue to deliver a good service to our residents.
Any other questions, comments from the board? So thank you so much. We'll get to work advocating for all our good work. Thank you. And this ends our planning board meeting for today. Thank you to everyone that listened and came, and we'll see you next Thursday. Good evening.